and welcome back to my channel where we are all crime all black, all the time.
Funny the stuff you see when you go back and watch. Is this Dear Woke
Parks, will that work or just
is that Dear Woke Christian?
Miss Love? You had two different motions.
Oh, that tripping.
Um,
That's Dear Woke Christian right there, isn't it? Am I tripping? Am I tripping, y'all? That's Dear Woke Christian right there, isn't it? What up, bro? I didn't know you were in the court that day. Okay. So, what we're about to watch. Yo, Bruce, where you going, man? We just getting into it. We just getting started. Dear Road Christian in there looking dapper with the bow tie on. Shout out to my bald-headed brothers with the beard. Bald-headed with the beard, brothers. So, I'm going to show this whole thing about where she talks about Miss Sylvia, okay? This is what I'm referring to. This was before supposed to be recording. That is not this, okay? Miss Sylvia is I would call her a reporter. Some people would say blogger. She's a person who has been reporting from the courthouse. I would call her more like a reporter. She's not a standard traditional news reporter. You could also call her a blogger. Either way, she's been in the courthouse, I think, every day for the entire trial. Okay, so we're gonna watch this.
Is it Parks? Will that work, or just Miss? Okay, come on up.
Oh, he's getting approved.
All right, so I know that you have been live streaming pretty much this entire trial, and I'm sure probably the pretrial proceedings as well. And it came to both the court's attention and defense counsel's attention recently that you had been on your, what do you call those things that you do? It's not a podcast, or is it? Do you still call it that?
It is a podcast,
Okay.
but it's
A video podcast.
Video
Okay.
podcast.
Anyway, we'll call it a podcast. That you had been, and I know that you say in your letter that you didn't reveal any personal identifying information. And I think that you did not reveal enough to actually identify any of the jurors, but you were referring to where different people sat and their race and gender. And that is personally identifying information. And then you were giving them derogatory names. And you say in the letter that you provided to me this morning that you have always operated with great integrity, that the content you share represents factual reporting, and that you do your reporting with these are all quotes from your letter, the utmost respect and integrity for all involved. Do you believe that any of those three statements that you made to me this morning is actually true about the names you were given those jurors?
I just want to give you the names or movies that I like. And, you know, SpongeBob is my daughter's favorite cartoon.
Do you think that those showed respect and integrity to the jurors?
Well, I didn't think it were bad names at all. Glasses, nose. No, I didn't think it was bad names. I showed
So-
all the names.
The utmost respect and integrity?
Y'all, let's be respectful of Miss Sylvia. I'm not showing this. I am not showing this to throw shade at Miss Sylvia, y'all. Okay, so please do not say anything disrespectful about Miss Sylvia. If you don't like her, you can certainly, if you want to criticize her, fine, but let's not use any expletives about Miss Sylvia. I'm showing this more to investigate the deputy situation and show the context for talking about the deputy. I am not showing this as any shade toward Miss Sylvia. She's been nothing but nice and cordial to me. I know some of y'all have complaints. If you want to criticism, as long as it's respectful, you know, y'all can criticize me respectfully if you like. But let's not do any expletives and personal attacks that's outside of legitimate criticism, please, people. All right, come on, Mikey B, please. I'm asking you and everybody to, if you have criticism, let it be legitimate and no name calling, please. You know what I'm saying? Or we could just go ahead and get rid of you. You know what I mean? So I'm showing this to help us understand the deputy situation that somebody's talking about from this morning. If you have a problem with Miss Sylvia, you want to say it, I'm not going to stop you from saying it, but we're not going to be calling their names. We're not going to be using racial or other types of calling people expletives. That's just not called for. Okay.
I think it's depend on the individual. Well, to me, I felt it was utmost respect.
Well, I do not feel that.
Oh.
That seems like the kind of thing that a kind of mean person does on the playground in grade school.
You think so?
I do. I don't think that shows the least bit of respect or integrity to the jurors or to the court system. So if you are going to, and let me ask you this, you talked in your letter about being media and freedom of the press. Do you consider yourself to be press and media and journalism?
I consider myself being a content creator. I create content for the community
Okay.
and give information. As far as journalism, I didn't go to school. I've taken
Well, and I
some
mean, you don't
classes
have
and things
to,
like
but-
that. But I mean, the information I believe is very vital for the community.
I don't disagree. I mean, this is court. It's one of the most important things we do in our country. But you say my role is to deliver news and information.
Mhm.
So, I mean, do you, to that extent, consider, and you say you want to represent factual reporting. So do you, to that extent, consider yourself to be media, even if it's non-traditional media?
Yeah, I would think I would because I've taken courses of like
Okay.
etiquette and things like
Okay.
that. But as far as
Okay.
and then and the other thing too with my channel, it's more like some sort of like easy going, friendly type of thing where people don't feel like it's just.
I'd love for you to keep it friendly.
Okay.
That would be great.
Okay, and I will never use the names anymore if it offend anybody because that was never my intention to offend anyone.
Okay.
I was just using names of movies that I like, Twister, SpongeBob,
Alright, well,
and
let's-
Ghost, things like that.
I mean, I realize that if you're trying to create content that fills, the entirety of every day, that sometimes you probably have to reach out somewhere to whatever pops in your mind at the time. But I would ask that before you do that, that you actually do keep in mind that this is a court proceeding.
Mhm.
And I know a whole lot of people watching this is entertainment, but this is not entertainment for any of the people involved here.
It's real
This is
life.
very serious. And it does a disservice, I think, to everybody
Mhm.
when the coverage is flippant in the way that I think that was, okay?
Mhm.
And I know you've got every right to do that if you want to. I would just prefer that you not.
I won't.
And I am gonna give you this, it's a code of ethics that the Society of Professional Journalists follows as a guideline.
Okay.
And I mean, you're not required to abide by it. It's not the law, but it might be helpful for you to take a look at it
I
and
definitely
just,
will.
use it as a guiguideline.
I definitely will.
Okay, so if you,
Y'all, jury has a question apparently, but court has not come back on. Per Law and Crime, as you can see, we still have the same countdown. So if and when they do turn the cameras on, I will certainly pop to that, but there's nothing popping right now with the jury question. And just repeating, y'all, I'm showing this not as any shade to Miss Sylvia. Okay. Again, somebody mentioned this morning that there's a deputy who is going to be arrested. So we're kind of going back and reviewing because at some point, hopefully on this clip, we're going to see Judge Whitaker talk about the deputy was the one who brought this entire thing to her attention. So that's really the reason I'm playing this clip, so we can get the whole context of what happened and also see Judge Whitaker say it wasn't a juror who brought this up, it was a deputy. So that's why we're playing this. But again, any criticism of anybody is fine with me. People have criticized me. They tell me I talk too much, blah, blah, blah. As long as it's respectful. And once you said it, you know what I'm saying? Once it's out there, we also don't want to make the stream all about criticizing people. But I just want to make it clear that the reason I'm playing this is so we can get the context for the deputy comment.
try to be respectful and treat this with integrity, then you may come back in and continue to live stream.
There is no sound. There is no sound, people. There is no sound, people. What the heck, man? Let me check some other channels. What the heck is going on here?
That's the appropriate response.
Yes.
I think that the confusion.
See, we needed Miss Sylvia, people.
Correct response is, as alleged in the indictment, that if a offense is listed as a
I
predicate,
mean, I'm not going to say predicate because maybe just say like if it's dependent upon or something like that.
right? Yeah. They would have to prove every element alleged in the count, including Mr. Weinstein.
I mean,
This
that's
is
already
your
in the
bad.
instructions to the jury that they have to consider each of the elements. I mean, could the response just be a referral to the
I mean,
jury
that
instruction?
it could be, but it would be unbelievably unhelpful if we did that.
Well, I
So-
guess I'm still struggling with exactly what their question is. I mean, they're dependent, yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's why they're asking that, I think.
Your Honor, one other thing that comes to mind is with at least the firearm count, the machine gun is removed, but there's multiple firearms in the house. And I'm trying to find what the number was, but in our instructions, we had, sometimes there's multiple ways to commit an
Yeah.
offense. That specific instruction may aid them
No,
if
but-
it's,
Oh, sorry.
if it's in relation to, sorry, Ms.
Right,
Weiss.
if that's what they mean. But
Yes, Your Honor.
considering that, and I can explain that, they don't have to have possessed all of the guns as long as they find that they possessed one of the guns with the requisite intent or whatever, if that's what they mean.
Yes, Your
But-
Honor. And the other state's thought on regard to, I do think it's appropriate, and as each individual count, they have to evaluate on its own merits. Obviously, these counts relate with one another, but I think that principle of law is,
Well,
But if they're-
yes, I mean, yes, they need to consider them individually and reach a verdict on each separately, but they are interrelated counts. So that's why they're asking. So
Yes, Your
we
Honor.
need to-
I mean, if their question is regarding the possession of marijuana issue, because that seems to be the thread that runs through these three, right?
Yeah. I
The only
think
thing
so.
they have in common. So,
in Your Honor, there was one other
but
thought when Mr. Weinstein.
no, I guess I'm still struggling with their question. If the issue is the marijuana, then if they don't find the marijuana, well, obviously they have to find
I mean,
intent as well.
It's easy enough to start with 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
Yeah, If
I can
that's-
say, these are the elements. And they want to understand what intent to distribute means.
I mean, does their question seem to be more if they don't find 58, then they can't find 61?
I think so.
Yeah, and I think that would be maybe what they're looking at.
Yeah.
And then obviously 57, they have kind of two options there, as I see it.
All right. I'm gonna. Yes.
Say make it smoother in terms of the surveillance video
Yeah.
for the barbershop footage. there is 5 videos and really
Expand it.
4 angles.
Uh-huh.
One of them captures the shooting, one of them captures inside the barbershop, and then 2 of them capture the street in front of McDaniel Street itself, but doesn't capture the shooting, and one kind of faces the Texaco. And with the Texaco footage itself, there's a lot of surveillance video from the Texaco with different camera angles. I believe there's as many as 7 or more. So I have an idea in my mind. I don't want to assume which specific portions they want to watch. But for example, some of the vehicles at issue, like when they arrive, some arrive as early as 8:40 or 6:41.
Mm-hmm.
And then they leave at 7:20 p.m.
Right.
And so I'm working on, there's different softwares that play those, but the state's getting in a posture to be able to play those surveillance videos. But if we have clarity, at least with the Texaco, it can be a little cumbersome to pull up the different cameras on the fly. So I just wanted to, if there's any more clarity on what specifically with the Texaco, because it captures almost 2 hours worth of footage, some of which is irrelevant for purposes of you don't see any suspects.
Well, I'm
or
sure that they don't want to see a part that they never saw to begin with.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree, but there's also, there's a portion where there's many different portions that could be relevant. Like there's a portion where Mr. Kendrick walks in the store. There's a portion where different vehicles leave or arrive that captures 50 minutes worth of footage. And so there may be very specific events, so to speak, or times of that they want to watch. But I just wanted to highlight that for the court.
And
So would the idea be to queue each of them up, the portions that were shown before, and say, do you want to watch this? We could do that.
Yes, Your Honor. Or if they were able to describe an event or something that came up in closing or something to orient what they want to watch. Like we want to see when the Pontiac arrives, or we want to see when, and they may not be able to give that clarity, but I just wanted to highlight that because it may make it more efficient when we publish it.
Ideas on that?
I think if we just ask in a non-leading way, what portion of each, because the same thing, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, in the letter, in the note, they said something about McDaniel Street.
Right. It
So-
said the drive-by shooting. I mean, that one, we know what they mean, right? And the Texaco Northside McDaniel Street.
So I think if they, I believe I know what camera they want to see from outside the barbershop. Even with the barbershop, we had 4, I think, different cameras.
So
if we just get clear.
if everybody thinks they know which of each it is and y'all agree, then we can just start with those and say, is this the one you mean, or is there another one?
with the Texaco, though, I'm not sure which one they mean because there's so many different cameras at the Texaco. With the McDaniel Street barbershop, I'm pretty
Well, I
confident.
don't think it's the one from inside the barber shop.
No,
That
but
one
there are
wouldn't be
2
like
outside the
that.
barbershop. So, but I think it's probably the one that shows the actual shooting, I'm guessing.
Well, we can start with that one.
Yeah.
And then say, is that the one? There's another one. Would you like to see that one too? And they probably will say yes,
That's-
honestly, but
That's fine with that, with the
Yeah.
barbershop, but with the Texaco,
Right.
there's so many options. I think we have to ask them what they specifically want to see. I mean,
what are the, I mean, do y'all want to put a description of each of them together and we can send it out and say, circle the one or ones you want to see? I mean, I don't know how else to,
yeah, I get, because there's kind of an
I
inside
mean,
Texaco and an
describe
outside
what you want to
Texaco.
see seems,
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about the Texaco? No, the Texaco has, there's multiple insides. Maybe there are multiple insides in the Texaco. Well, we could just ask them, do they want to see the inside of the Texaco or the outside of the Texaco?
okay, I mean, that much we can do.
Yeah. Can I jump back to where the 57, 58, 61?
In a second, Sergeant Brown, can you go ask them to let us know whether the video from the Texaco they want to see is the interior or the exterior? And if they can give us any more detail about what they want to see.
Your Honor, this might help, I'm not certain, but they're probably talking about something from closing. And so if there was a point of reference, like play by.
Well, if
prosecution, play by
they've-
defense,
Just ask the question that I asked you to ask them.
Okay.
If they want to clarify further that way, they can.
And, okay.
Don't want us talking while
I
the jury
understand.
door is open.
Fi-
Okay.
57, I think I misspoke on 57 where I said there were two ways. Rereading 57, count 57. It looks like without the possession of the marijuana, they can't do 57, 58, or 61. So that may be what they're referring to. Because of the possession of a firearm during commission of a felony in 57 requires 58 and 61, which is the marijuana again. So that may be what they're talking about with 57, 58, and 61. Is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. Because wasn't there also a question regarding intent that came to us?
Yeah, they originally said, well, no, I'm sorry. On their second one, they said, please clarify the wording intent to distribute and underline the word intent. So I'm looking for where I explained intent to distribute and intent right now, and we'll see.
All right, since don't nobody know really what the hell going on, and that's because when they started, they didn't have sound. So I'm gonna go back and see if we can try to catch up and figure it out to where it
The intent
when
to
it came
distribute
on.
is defined at the bottom
Yeah.
of page 23.
Yeah.
All right, so this is when it came on. Paige is clearly talking. She's probably telling the question right now, but we just can't hear it, which is lame.
That's the appropriate response.
Yes.
I think that the confusion is when one is a predicate of
Right.
the other.
Yeah, I think that's what they're
And I
struggling
think,
with.
I think the correct response is, as alleged in the indictment, that if a offense is listed as a
I
predicate,
mean, I'm not going to say predicate because maybe just say like if it's dependent upon or something like that.
right?
Yeah.
They would have to prove every element alleged in the count, including Mr. Weinstein.
I mean,
It
that's
is
already
your
in the
bad.
instructions to the jury that they have to consider each of the elements. I mean, could the response just be a referral to the
I mean,
jury
that
instruction?
it could be, but it would be unbelievably unhelpful if we did that.
Well, I
So-
guess I'm still struggling with exactly what their question is. I mean, they're dependent, yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's why they're asking that, I think.
Your Honor, one other thing that comes to mind is with at least the firearm count, the machine gun is removed, but there's multiple firearms in the house. And I'm trying to find what the number was, but in our instructions, we had, sometimes there's multiple ways to commit an
Yeah.
offense. That specific instruction may aid them
No, but-
if
sorry.
it's in relation to, sorry, Ms.
Right,
Rice.
if that's what they mean. But
Yes, Your Honor.
considering that, and I can explain that, they don't have to have possessed all of the guns as long as they find that they possessed one of the guns with the requisite intent or whatever, if that's what they mean.
Yes,
But-
Your Honor. And the other state's thought on regard to, I do think it's appropriate, and as each individual count, they have to evaluate on its own merits. Obviously, these counts relate with one another, but I think that principle of law is,
Well,
But if they're-
yes, I mean, yes, they need to consider them individually and reach a verdict on each separately, but they are interrelated counts. So that's why they're asking. So
Yes, Your
we
Honor.
need to-
I mean, if their question is regarding the possession of marijuana issue, because that seems to be the thread that runs through these three, right?
Yeah, I
The only
think
thing
so.
they have in common. So,
in Your Honor, there was one other
but
thought when Mr. Weinstein.
no, I guess I'm still struggling with their question. If the issue is the marijuana, then if they don't find the marijuana, well, obviously they have to find
I
the
mean,
intent as well.
It's easy enough.
They're probably talking about something from closing.
861.
In a second, Sergeant Brown, can you go ask them to let us know whether they the video from the Texaco they want to see is the interior or the exterior? And if they can give us any more detail about what they want to see.
Your Honor, this might help, I'm not certain, but they're probably talking about something from closing. And so if there was a point of reference, like play by.
Well, if they've
Cavell, do you,
just asked the question that I asked you to
do you
ask,
understand it
Okay.
if they want to
understand the
clarify
question?
further, that way they can.
at this point? I don't,
Okay.
Don't want us talking while
I
the jury
understand.
door is open.
Fi-
Okay.
57, I think I misspoke on 57 where I said there were two ways. Rereading 57, count 57. It looks like without the possession of the marijuana,
I mean, I'll read that part over to them.
of course, I think that's another one of our circular definitions that ended up in here. Or recursive definitions.
So on that, I would propose to say that for, which count is it? Is that count 58 for count? Let's turn our phones off. Oh, that's one of the jurors' phones. It's in a box over here. Okay, maybe you can go figure out and like put them all on vibrate or something.
right. This is too complicated. It's too complicated, which should have been expected with a trial so big. They should have never brought this case the way they brought it. Like, these are trained attorneys. These are trained professionals. They went to law school. They passed the bar. They've done all of these things. And they don't understand the jury instructions. They don't understand what they're asking the jury to do. So how do they expect lay people, regular people, to understand it? Y'all don't understand it. Y'all are the one. Y'all are supposed to be the professionals and the experts on this. And all of them are looking at each other like, what do we do? I don't know. What does this mean? I don't know. What did we write? I don't know. I don't know. What do we say? I don't know. Like, what the
All
fuck?
right, yes.
Part of the instructions the court had read that may be helpful is where it's page 11 and 12.
Okay.
It describes criminal intent. Intent may be shown in multiple ways. Criminal intent does not mean it starts right on the bottom of page 11. Intent is an essential element of any crime.
I want to know
And then I believe it continues to discuss
who
about
told
intent
Atkins he could speak more.
right through the middle of page 12, and then goes on to describe party to a crime. But that instruction about intent could also be beneficial.
Who told him
The state believes.
he could get more airtime? He's abusing it.
I mean, the most helpful part of that is it means the intent to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute, which is specifically with regard to this one, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell marijuana. I'm thinking about
Nigga, we
saying
talking about weed.
on intent to
We
distribute.
talking about weed right now.
Possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
It's murder counts on
The
this
state must prove
indictment.
that Mr.
And we talking
Kendrick
about weed
knowingly
right
and
now.
Intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it.
That's,
and find out whether that
Nigga, we talking
That
about
sounds
covers
weed.
like the
what they
right-
were
that
asking.
sounds like the right course, Mr. Kendrick. When you have a second, I just want to go back to 57, 58, and 61.
Sure, I mean, I know we need to
Okay.
get that.
I know, but I don't want to do that if you're still
Yeah,
writing.
I
or
For
thinking,
me, I
or-
feel like this means the jury has already decided
All right,
the
yeah.
other shit
Okay.
that we talking about weed
Regarding
right
their
now.
question about the separateness, interrelatedness, whatever term they used to
Mm-hmm.
57, 58, and 61.
Yeah,
I just think it would be, perhaps it would answer their question if you went back and explained that possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
Yeah,
is
and I
a
guess they're trying to figure out
required
how the
finding of each
weed,
of those three, and that may help explain
how
that.
selling marijuana
okay.
fits into the RICO, since they weren't selling weed for the game. So how is this interconnected to the RICO? And they have all these counts like interlocked and stuff. And so, yeah, the jury's fucking confused.
Your Honor, with the court's permission. when the
Oh,
jury
here
is
she
allowed to
go.
have a question.
Oh,
Hang on.
we thought we was gonna be safe. You couldn't let us just have the last little bit of trial, Adrian. Make your question quick.
All right, yes, ma'am.
The court may have already answered this question, but I don't know whether what Mr. Atkins just referred the court to was the part about intent may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct. Did the court respond to that?
I'm not planning to read all of that unless when I read the first part and ask them if it covers what they're asking. If they say no, then I'll circle back and read that whole part. Did they get back with us on the video thing? Okay. Do they know to do the light? I mean, they were doing it earlier. All right. If they come on, that's not going to be very helpful. All right, let's see. Please provide the videos of the following: the gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. Y'all understand what that means?
Did the jurors call this man?
Okay, and then number two, the drive-by shooting in front of the barber shop on McDaniel Street on Donovan Thomas. They
Yes.
clarified that one for us too.
Judge, there are there are 4 camera angles of the drive-by shooting. So we'll be prepared to play one of them or all of them, whatever they prefer. There are 4 different camera angles of the drive-by shooting. I'm presuming they mean the one that actually shows the shots, but there.
I would think so. So let's start with that one and ask them, is this the one you meant?
I want to know if the jury called this man
So
Yak.
they added
That is not his name.
Mr. Weinstein. Also, please have Attorney Weinstein clarify if he said my client's watch or where is the watch regarding the Richard Milley watch.
The jurors
Which
want to
is
know where the
In
watch
no
is.
way- I mean, it's a total red herring. And good for you for distracting them, but that is not an element of anything they're supposed to be considering.
Your Honor, with
I don't believe that that was a red herring and it went to the credibility of law enforcement and
That's
their
true.
witnesses.
but-
So I would disagree with that characterization
Anyway,
of the
what
court.
did-
Love want to talk so bad.
I said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say his watch. I probably said the watch. If I said his watch, that would have been I would have misspoken.
Okay. So I will just say,
Look at her.
Mr.
Look at her.
Weinstein did not say my client's watch. If he did, he misspoke.
I probably said, where is the watch? That was a gift, a 30th birthday.
Where
gift
is
from
the watch?
Drake to
Ma'am,
Mr.
ma'am,
Williams.
All right,
ma'am.
So
Great to
I'll
learn
just
about
answer
Ma'am.
that he said, where is the watch?
Your Honor, would the court be inclined to respond that what the attorneys say is
No.
not evidence?
Yes, that's
And
an
that should
excellent
not be
idea.
even a consideration.
Uh-huh.
So you just
rather
did
than
all that.
telling
to
them
say
Yes.
what
that.
he said.
I mean, I'm gonna do both.
It was definitely the watch.
Where is the watch,
I'll just say,
Adrian?
Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, what the attorneys say is not evidence. How about that? Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Doug did his big
Remember
one.
that what the attorneys say is not evidence. Yes,
Doug
sir.
did his big
Your
one.
Honor,
The jurors back there thinking about a Richard Mille
292
watch.
Yankee Alpha is the shooting barbershop surveillance footage. I know when the shooting happens. I wanted to ask on the record or defense counsel, there is about 8 minutes that plays before the shooting occurs.
Can't
Uh,
imagine that's what they want.
I don't want to just,
Look at
I
Love.
want to tell
Look,
for
she
the
looking
record,
at
or
Atkins
agree
like,
with defense
you didn't
counsel,
run
find a
this
portion we
question
can
by
all
me
agree to
before
start
you
that
decided
video.
to get up.
Yeah, I
Why
think
is
it's
you
fine to
asking this?
start
Okay.
A minute
Run this
before,
by me
whatever.
first. Next time you
That's
decide
fine.
to speak.
Thank
Look
you.
how she
Thank you
looking
for
at her.
clarifying that and mentioning that.
You're very well. Thank you.
I'm going to say, however, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence.
Whatever Atkins just said, Love wanted it played. She was gonna let them see all the videos. And Atkins just screwed it up for her. Look. And she talking to him about it. Next time, tell me what you gonna say before you get up and say it. You wasn't supposed to say that shit. Maybe you need to move to the front, Adrian. You can't be driving the car from the back seat. Doug did his big one, y'all. Doug did his big one. The jury back there thinking about a Richard Mille watch.
All right, how about after giving them the definition or the explanation of possession with intent to distribute, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately, you need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each separately. But possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57.
Yes.
And I'm putting them in that order because that's kind of the order that 58 is possession with intent to distribute. 61 is possession of the gun because while you're committing that crime. And then 61 is if you're committing that crime, are you then potentially committing gang activity?
Yeah, I understand. That's a far
Yeah.
more natural order than they appear in the indictment, so.
All right. All right, are we satisfied then with the answers? And then we'll just have them, I think I'll have them watch the videos, and then answer their questions. Because that way, if there's any follow-up, they can let us know that. All right, yes.
So, Your Honor, the intent is to play the Texaco footage first?
Yeah,
And then will they tell us when they want us to stop? Because they're at the Texaco for about 36 minutes. So what?
do y'all know when you intend to start? I mean, did we watch 36 minutes?
It was all introduced, every
Okay.
bit of it.
I think they requested a very specific part of that Texaco.
Yeah.
Didn't they mention entering a car or
The
exiting?
gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. So I think we start there.
Yeah.
And then
When he was getting.
I'll just,
Into the
that's what
car.
it says, when Yak was getting into the car. So, I mean, do a little bit that leads up and a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, let's
and
just play the portion
If
that they're.
it's any more than that, I'll just say, that cover what
Tried
you
3
wanted.
times. So do we need
Well,
the
then
last time?
play each time he gets in the car, I guess.
Okay, so that's gonna be on camera 10, just for the record.
Okay,
And I'm gonna, if the court will give me 1 minute, I'm gonna pull
Sure.
up to the first part.
all right.
I told what I said. I told y'all, whatever it was that Atkins got up and said, oh, the first 8 minutes, blah, 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 blah. Love
Do we
wanted
have
everything
copies-
played.
Extra copies of the
She,
indictment
the
for
way
them?
she was looking at Atkins when he got up to say whatever
Mhm.
was he said, she was pissed off. She wanted them to see everything.
Have we given
That's not
them
what they
extra
asked
copies of
for,
the indictment
Adrian.
at this
They
point?
didn't ask for everything. So you
Sergeant,
don't listen. That's your
have we-
problem.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me know when you're ready and we'll have them out.
She finna try to play some shit they ain't asked for. Watch. She finna try to play some shit they ain't asked to see. Just to influence their decision.
And Your Honor, we have it queued up 296Y at 191633.
All right. All right, let's get the jury in. It went up?
All rise for the jury. All jury. President County Court.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Move on to answering the questions. All right, go ahead with the first one.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Do you want me to stop the video?
Yes, please.
Okay. Give me a second, Bill.
Your Honor, for the record, we're on camera 10 at 18:44:31.
We're not sure exactly which getting into the car you meant, so we're just trying to show all of them for y'all, okay?
So, Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we're going to stop it and stop sharing and then fast forward to the next point that he gets into the car. We're stopping at 18:48:17. We're fast forwarding now to 19:15:25 on camera 10. So that was the second time he got in the car. Now we're gonna fast forward to the next time he gets in the car. Which will be at 19:15:52. We're fast forwarding to that.
Reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to? Okay. All right, then I will excuse y'all to continue deliberations. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess until we hear from them again. Would it work for, this is not for the record, I'm just asking you as the cameraman, would it work for
So yeah, I don't know, y'all. I think they might come back today. So yeah, sorry, they might come back today just because they don't want to be worried about it over Thanksgiving. But I think if the jury sat with this over the holiday, it would definitely be a not guilty, because like I think Hilton pointed out, they would have time to talk to people over Thanksgiving dinner. You know, Cousins is going to be pulling up videos. I don't know, Thug might drop a song. Like, you know, they're going to start there. We already know that they're watching and they're looking at stuff they shouldn't be. But I think if they have the Thanksgiving holiday to ponder over this, it's going to be not guilty for, I don't know. I've always said I don't think Shannon's coming home. Like, I don't think Shannon's coming home at all. Shannon might not get the time that he's facing. But personally, I don't think Shannon's coming home. I mean, obviously, I don't know shit. I could be wrong, but even without the murders, even without the weed, even without the codeine, even without the drugs and all that stuff, Shannon still got to get past. He was a felon in possession of several firearms. And that carries, I know in North Carolina, that's 5 years out the gate. So I don't think that Shannon is going to get like years and years and years that they are asking for. But do I think that they just going to like let him out and let him come home probation? Nah. And like I said, they might. But I just don't think so. Just because, like I said the other day, they have been disparaging Shannon's name this entire trial. And yes, it has been what's called bad character evidence, but bad character evidence sticks with the jury. Like, they have put Shannon's name in the middle of everything. Shannon and Shell Kell, and Woody. But Shannon's name has been mentioned too much. And so, like, if it's a choice between Yak and Shannon, it's gonna be Shannon. They don't have shit on Yak. They don't have Yak on wiretaps, having incriminating conversations. And just that, yeah, we look at it like, oh, that was some bullshit. Like, they won't talk about nothing. They was talking about how they didn't do nothing. But you just never know what a jury is thinking or what a juror is thinking. And you know what I'm surprised about? The gun charges. He can eat those because he'll be home at 5. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's coming home one day. I just don't think it's gonna be when the verdict is read. Like, I think he gonna have a situation like what's the guy? Nichols, Camavius Nichols. I think they gave him like 7 years or some shit like that, and you know he got time served. He probably do what 2-3 more if that, and then he'll be out. I see Shannon having a situation like that. Max, I see him getting like 10, max 10 years. Max, I see him getting 10, 15 years. And see, he's already been in 3, so that takes that off of that. Then, you know, you're left with the balance. And then, you know, it's state time. So you can get out, parole, good behavior. I'm just saying, I don't think he's going to get 20, 30, 40, 50. The football numbers that the state is asking for, nah, I don't see that. I just don't think he's just going to not guilty, get to go home. That would be great. I hope that is what they do. I just don't know if it's going to happen. Like I said, I kind of feel like this jury feels like, oh, once we've been here all year. Oh, somebody getting convicted. They didn't put on this show for no reason. Somebody getting convicted. And yeah, that ain't right, but it happens every day. There's so many people sitting in prison right now off of some shit they didn't do. It is ridiculous. But you know what I'm surprised about? I'm surprised that the state did not introduce. Hold on, let me see if I can play it. When they made such a big deal about lyrics and music and all that. The lyrics were confessions, and a lot of the lyrics weren't confessions. They were just lyrics that sound bad. So when they were introducing the songs and stuff, I was just really surprised that they didn't play as evidence. I'm surprised they did not.
In the shower, like how the fuck you growing up and baby say you child. I just want my young bitch you're watching that she wildin', styling, profiling. You bitches can't devour, and I'm flip dollar smiling. We somewhere on the island, driving, balls smell like powder. Fuck you, take it to trial. Take this shit to motherfucking trial. Take this shit to the motherfucking trial. Take this shit to motherfucking trial. Take this shit to motherfucking trial, yeah. Shine green, AP look like herpes on my wrist. Hold on, cook. I'm sure some bar be with that bitch. I don't know you, bitch. Don't try to tell me, tell my kids. Tell my kids. I
See my baby mama tripping, she don't get it. I'm on a mission to get these millions. Hey, no cap, no kissing. Go baby, go baby. My baby's dancing. My baby's getting it, y'all. Hey, hey, hey. Go just stick. Go just stick.
That is cool. Put it on PJ Masks. That's cool.
No, we don't want to listen to PJ Masks.
I like it.
I'm surprised they didn't introduce this as evidence.
Hey, don't mommy, don't mommy.
Came with curtains and I still ain't got it tent. I still slimy and shady, they ain't wavy like my clique. High end alterations, do the European stitch. Niggas get hit, got me up list. Quick to switch topics, no way I can snitch. Watch me wet that bitch, pop 'em like a sis. Got with the assist. Take this shit to motherfucking trial. Take this shit to the motherfucking trial.
Yeah.
Take this shit to motherfucking trial. Take this shit to motherfucking trial, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't introduce that song as evidence. You know, just to make them look bad.
I'm about to shoot at a nigga, no layup. I pull up and step back and I get my jail. Yeah. Point blank, I shoot at a nigga. Shoot at a nigga from far like I'm Trillium. Yeah. Shoot at a nigga, no ever. Ooh. Shoot at a nigga, no back.
So what do y'all think about the questions? And is anybody even watching? What do y'all think about the questions that the jury had?
I'm
Yeah, so what y'all think about the jury questions?
Boy, I break a full court press up at half court. There's no cap like an afro. Ooh, I spend that Stanley Wayne Gretzky. I keep a kill man like I'm Coach K. Mike Krzyzewski. Hope you set tripping, I got a set shot. Get your whole set shot. Quiet on the set, bitch. Shoot at a nigga, no bank shot. Check the game clock. Nigga, time is too precious. I shoot at a nigga, no rebound. Shoot your team.
Yeah.
She give me face, I'm no texting. She give me face through the set.
Yeah, you are the only one chatting. I don't really know what that's about. It didn't matter though. I just was trying to engage, I guess, while we wait. But shit, I'm gonna go to the store or something. I don't know. I just feel like I need to be doing something. I don't really have nothing to talk about. Like we don't have, how many times can we rehash the stuff that has happened through this trial? Like, the trial being some bullshit from the beginning. We all know that. So, I mean, we can if y'all want to. Like, if y'all want to talk about the stuff we've already talked about, we can do that. Y'all think Thug's watching? I think I'm about to make some videos or something. Oh, I did want to talk about yeah, that's what I'm going to get. And I was trying to hold out. The store opened at 8. I was trying to hold out and not, be on junkie time and just like go straight to the store when I woke up. I try to get some money in my pocket. Problem is, these children, these chaps, these jits are home because Thanksgiving is tomorrow. And already I want to go drop them off in front of the school and tell them to wait for the school to open back up. Obviously, I wouldn't do that because I am a great mother, but I'm just saying, y'all could just stand out here and wait for school to open back up. If y'all gonna be in my house getting on my nerves, you could just go stay in here and wait for school to open back up. I'm finna take them to their grandma's house. What I'm finna do. The little one had already asked me to go to grandma's house 3 times. It is 10:42 a.m. But you woke up thinking about grandma? I can't blame them. I mean, I was like that with my grandma too, but damn. So I'm not going to be able to enjoy my day like I normally do because the oldest one has already asked me for $20. He's already asked me, can he go somewhere? And it was like 10 o'clock. Absolutely not. Whose house are you going to at 10 o'clock in the damn morning? Get out my face. Ma, you don't want to know why I want $20? Nope. Sure don't. Absolutely not. So yeah, I need to calm my nerves. But I saw, when did I say that? I did want to talk about the Drake and Kendrick thing. I guess we could talk about it here because it's not a crime, it's a lawsuit. But still, I think that I think this whole lawsuit is giving sore loser. It's giving nobody's listening to my music anymore. So I'm going to sue the people that made people not listen to my music no more. Which is legal, I guess. It just comes off bad. It comes off as you can't take an L. In the hip hop world, Drake, you supposed to get your ass in that studio and you supposed to make some shit that make us forget everything Kendrick said about you. That's what you supposed to do. Personally, I think that because Drake was, to me, Drake was better when he first came out. Mixtape Drake. He need to go make a mixtape with Wayne, the GOAT, and come back better. But in this lawsuit stuff, and he doing all this light skin stuff that he doing, I ain't with all that. The best recourse, you should have gotten that studio and made some music that made us forget all about what Kendrick said about your ass.
On that Dr. Dre shit, I'm still ruthless. Thug life outlaw, I'm on that pop shit. Pull the trigger, let it sing, I'm on that clock shit. I'm aiming for your top, bitch. Take them heels out before you jump up in the drop, bitch. She asked how much cost up in my cup, that's a lot, bitch. Pour it till it's dirty. My Glock got a 30. Really know I'ma get this money. On that Snoop shit, strong. Still ruthless. Thug life outlaw, I'm on that pop shit. Pull the trigger, let it sing, I'm on that clock shit. I'm aiming for your top, bitch. Take them heels out before you jump up in this drop, bitch. She asked how much cost up in my cup, that's a lot, bitch. Yeah. New day, new money, new ambitions. Oh God, yeah. Hey, I hop out of bed and read my daily bread. I told her Kush was purple when I'm making egg. My life feel like smoke.
Hey.
Mispresented the testimony of the medical examiner, one that's highly credentialed, one that she called. She was asked, the medical examiner was asked, could you even, like, for a split second after this type of injury, lift your foot up off the pedal? No, it would be impossible. The immobilization would be instantaneous. Shart emphasized that with the testimony. And when I told you guys, there's a reason he has to repeat this stuff. You guys are like, we get it, Shart, wrap it up for his closing argument. I'm like, no, he's got to repeat it because the defense gets the last word. And they're going to try to get their last word to ring louder. And what did Hilton So it was a complete misrepresentation of key testimony. And it really pissed me off. And think about if that video wasn't there for us to see the brake lights. That wouldn't even be an argument that the defense could make because we wouldn't have video of the brake lights still pumping 34 seconds later. So if that video wasn't there, or if the detectives didn't think that video showed the Shannon Stillwell's vehicle, looking at the right place at the right time, maybe that video would no longer exist, even if it existed at one point. You know, I don't know. I don't have faith in these APD people anymore. They seem to be losing anything that doesn't look good for their case. And the only reason we might have this video very well could be because they thought it looked good for them in their argument against the people they're accusing. So, well, yes, medical, whatever, improbability. You're right. You're right. But yeah, so there were my rants. I just can't stand it. I just can't stand it. And yet they want to emphasize that, you know, with this watch thing, with the telling the jurors that he said the watch, not my client's watch. I will make sure to remind them that what the attorneys say isn't evidence. Well, yeah, you know, that goes for you too, state, probably to your dismay, but all right. We have the opportunity to emphasize it when they're thinking about Doug Weinstein. State's ready to make that reminder. Okay. Positive Q with the positivity here says, good morning, Kat, Moz, and chat. This case had Love pull that weave strip out the front of her head. Loud Hilton hung herself lying. And that's the thing, the emphasis, right? I really think part of me was concerned, and these jury questions showed me that the jurors were paying attention to key details of this trial. But I was like, well, Hilton's actually telling a cogent story. It might not be accurate. It might involve some misrepresentations, but she's telling something that actually can be followed, finally, for the first time in this case. So if the details have been lost all before, this might be the first time that some of the jurors are sitting there and actually piecing things together. And because it involves misrepresentations, I was like, oh boy, no bueno, no bueno. But these questions are showing that, no, they have been paying attention to these details through and throughout the trial. Of course, you know, minus anything, we're all human. We forget things. We don't always catch things as it's happening. So I'm not saying they have every single detail memorized or even caught it as it was happening, but they were clearly paying attention with the questions that they're asking. So I think it comes back to bite Hilton to overemphasize things that they could come back and see with their own eyes weren't really what she was saying. So thank you so much, Positive Q. Sassy Experiences page is the lesser of two with the purple devil emoji. As careful about what we play, what we ask them, any commentary. So I think this whole, even just this little bit that we had of court feed today would have been very different with a different judge in general. I think Whitaker is very careful not to say more than necessary. So I say what the FI want says. I think someone thought if, quote, his watch was deep in the closet.
Oh,
and he
absolutely,
lived there,
Tapeo.
when they realized it isn't Yak's watch.
It was the
Yak's watch,
manipulate,
they'll probably
and
understand he didn't reside there and have
I
control
think where
there.
Love
Yep, I
underestimated
totally agree.
people was that she
Um,
didn't think that people
And I think this
could
shows the importance of
point
the
out when they're
conversations
being
back and forth,
manipulated.
right?
I mean, and
We're
that's
only
a
human.
lawyer thing.
We
You know, the
we
whole
have
point of
different
your
reasons that we might
job is
interpret things
to
differently.
create the doubt.
And
You
we
know,
get back
when
in
you're
that
just,
deliberations room, we start to have this
the
conversation. We
state's
start to
job
talk
is
about
to
things.
obviously paint the
Clearly, the
picture
watch was something
that
they
they want to
were
paint,
thinking about for whatever
and the
reason.
defense job is to
And
create
you
the
might
doubt.
say,
But in the
well,
state painting
why
the
was
picture
his
they want
watch
to paint,
there if it wasn't his home, right? So maybe the other
they
jurors are like,
use
well, we don't get this. It
manipulation,
wasn't
and we
his
saw
house.
that
How is he
firsthand
responsible
with
for this? Someone's like, but his
Simone. When
watch was
Simone
there.
got up and
And then
was
they
trying
go,
to tell the
what?
judge that,
No, his watch
you
wasn't
know, the
there.
person's
His
car
watch
was
was
riddled
there.
with
His
bullets.
Doug was
And so
asking
Whitaker
about
was
his
like, well,
watch.
was it
Well,
really
no.
riddled
He was
with
asking about a
bullets?
watch,
Really?
but
Well,
he was
just
asking
one
about
judge. Okay,
Jeffrey
then
Williams'
shut up,
watch.
girl.
And they're like, no, why would he be asking about someone
Like
else's watch?
people know when
I
they
wonder if they
being
said something like, well, maybe
manipulated.
because that
I know
other
you're trying
attorney
to run over on
is
me
not
right
here
now.
anymore because Jeffrey Williams is in
Let's
here,
create too
right?
much doubt.
Uh,
Right.
Um,
The doubt
and these
is
conversations
absolutely
play
there.
out, and you can
I
kind
mean,
of
and
be
the
like,
doubt has
oh,
been there from the
okay,
beginning,
let's look
if
at
we're
that.
being
Oh, okay, I
real.
get it. So the same way, I'm going to
Do
say
I
it again,
think
the way you guys
do I
ask
think
things in the
that
chat, ask questions, like, please, if you're on
these
a
boys
journey,
are just like
be
100%
that same
innocent?
person that you guys
No.
are in the chat, in that deliberations room.
No, I don't.
So
Do I
think
think they
too,
did?
because wasn't
I
that
think
just
they
on
did
like
the stuff. I
random,
just didn't think. I don't think it was
like,
in the drinks thing at all.
so
Like
because they made it seem like it
we,
was like
we
within
don't
he
know.
hit the
We
pedal
still
and
don't
went
know
0 to
about
90,
Donovan Thomas, but I don't think
not like
anything
he
was
gets
done in
on
the
a
name of
highway ramp
YSL.
and starts doing 90, when quite frankly, when I
They
drive into
obviously was out here
Atlanta,
getting it. Like Shane,
if
I
you're
mean, he
not
admitted he
going
was selling
like
drugs.
at
So
least
they were obviously
80,
out here getting it and
you're
doing
gonna have
things.
cars weaving
I mean,
all
even
around
Woody
you.
admitted they were doing
So
things that they shouldn't have been
a
doing.
90
The
is not much
problem
of a
is it
stretch
just
at
wasn't
all.
in the name of YSL. They was just
At
doing it
all.
because they wanted. It was
So
it was for them. Shannon wasn't selling
and thank you
drugs
again.
and
I
going
say
and
what the F I
giving
want.
it to thugs
The Honorable, yeah, that
or
says
putting
this
it
gives
in the
me good vibes for
YSL jar.
SB. They won't take Hilton's word
For
that
the
he
rest of the
unconscious.
gang
Oh, we got
members,
this
I
one, but
think
this is so true. This
a
is
lot of gang. I ain't gonna say gangs, but a lot of
that
like
34
crews like
seconds
that
was my favorite line.
that do
I
participate
love
in criminal
Doug's whole
activity,
closing. I
that's
have a
not
lot of great things to
uncommon.
say
They
about different parts
have
of Sharts. Of course,
like
his
a
was
lot of
longer.
them. They
There's
do
probably
put
more
money away
examples to
for
pull from.
the people who have
But my
got locked up
favorite
for
from the
bond.
defense
To put
was
money
just
on your
Shart
folks' books
emphasizing
for lawyers. Like
34
that's
seconds,
what really
right?
friends are for.
He didn't really, I
And a
don't
lot of
remember him
these
crossing
kids,
on
a
that
lot of these
34
boys that
seconds,
grow up in the
talking about the
neighborhoods, like these
timestamps.
boys did,
But he said
like
it in
how many
closing.
times have we
And for me,
heard
what
just
that
in
did
this
is, all right,
trial
if I think a body's
that
gonna jerk,
such and such
do I think
mama
it's gonna
died,
jerk
such and such
34
daddy
seconds
died.
later?
Either these boys' parents have died or they've been in prison their entire
34
lives.
seconds. So I'm so stuck on this. I'm so stuck on this.
So,
and I do think that the state
the streets,
had a good argument. Well, look
their
at the angle. The
friends,
car
their
had to
crew,
be pulled
that's
up.
their family. That's
Now,
who
I
they gonna look
disagree
out
with
for.
their
It is them to
that
pull
means that
money
their front
together to put
windows aren't
on
aligned.
they
Right.
homie books or to get their homie a lawyer.
So I disagree with that, but Judge talking over love is the best. No need for the FedEx video. It's not guilty in my opinion.
Right. The
I
state
do
did
think,
not prove. Did not prove.
I just predict that they'll want to
Y'all got to
see
forgive my internet. My
the same
my
evidence
son is
again when they consider
Fortnite.
the Chamel drinks
The
incident.
state
But
did not
maybe not.
prove
So, and again, hit that live button unless they come
that
back
no other person could have
shortly.
done these crimes.
And I'll keep the clock going.
That
so you guys can watch the timer.
100% without a doubt.
4 hours
There's
and 12
no other
minutes
person that could
currently.
have done this but Shannon.
I do anticipate more questions. So, and we'll be here if they do. I still think, guys, it's 11. They can deliberate until 3. They probably want to have a lunch. I do think a verdict's possible today. I'm not saying necessarily like expect 100%, but I think there's a greater chance, seeing that they've probably gotten through the Donovan Thomas and the home raid stuff. And I wonder if we'll get any questions about overt acts. Like some indication on, are they really considering all these things that involved other people and not them? Or are they just skipping over it like, thank you again, Jennifer. Miss AB says, good morning, everyone. I'm just jumping in. I'm at work. What's going on? So the jurors had the 3 questions. Again, in short, I'd say rewind about 30 minutes. You'll get a full recap. But in short, they wanted to see the video of Yak getting in the car and the drive-by of the Donovan Thomas shooting. That's all they wanted to see, just that footage. They wanted clarification on whether Doug Weinstein was asking, when he asked questions about the watch, was he saying my client's watch or the watch? And then they also wanted clarification on the meaning of intent. And it seems like that's related to counts 57, 58, and 61. Dropping the link to the current indictment. But those are all the from the raid on Jeffrey Williams' home. The charges that Yak has for possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, and then criminal street gang with the underlying predicate. If they find not guilty on count 58 and then come back with guilty on 57 and 61, it would be inconsistent as a sheer matter of law. So, and don't, just to say, there are certainly times where jury verdicts come back and they end up saying, oh, not guilty on 58, but guilty on 57. Or 61. They had a gun and they forget that they're supposed to also find the element of the possession with intent to distribute, which they just found not guilty on. There are times when verdicts are returned that are inconsistent. So it's not outside the realm of possibility. And that might be where you see, what is it? The JNOV, the judgment notwithstanding verdict. I always forget the acronyms. So that could be an instance where Judge Whitaker would, through a JNOV, like set aside the inconsistent guilties that are incompatible with something they found not guilty on. So, but good to see you, Miss AB. FFS says, I got sort of chewed out for putting my head down in court. I think Judge has sympathy for him with everything going on. I agree, especially, I know it's like Shannon Stillwell that's putting his head down to rest, but she's still heard, she's gotten wind because of Diamante Kendrick, waking you up at 2 a.m. to transport you, right? So she might just infer that same context to Shannon Stillwell and just be like, oh, jury's not here, it's okay, they've got to be here all day anyway. So, but this is true, like, even when the jury's not present, sometimes judges will be like, sit up straight in my courtroom. Don't yap your mouth, don't chew gum. So don't go into court trying to make a bad first impression. I would not advise that for anybody. Heather M says, thank you to Classy for his high opinion of you. Loved Classy. That's how I found you. Good to have you here, Heather. I appreciate you. Smart, entertaining, and with humor and snark. Second, was late and don't want to miss a thing. I think this is up there. But thank you so much for coming over. And guess what? When I said it was Tuesday in the stream earlier, you guys are like, Kat, it's Wednesday. And that reminds me of two things. First of all, Club Classy tonight over on Classy Beach channel. We got to run this back one time. It's been a while.
Oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Mike.
So there we go. Good little Wednesday throwback there with the old Geico commercial. Thank you so much again, Heather M. Maybe see you over at Club Classy tonight. Ashley Linnell says, they stalked these guys for years and built a RICO to prove this unaliving. They will not believe them on Drinks or Detective V. And I really think Detective V is a problem. And I think her confidence is a problem. I think her confidence is exactly the mess that would say, like, hey, this video shows something else. And then when we start saying, no, it doesn't, because I've already determined what it says. Or I would represent that it's the same thing next time I fill out an affidavit for a search warrant. Just not good, Ashley. Keisha says Kat's Hilton voice took me. Hilarious. Love it. I don't even remember it. Very different. I know her shore. Her shore. Plush of the Gods chat when he was streaming yesterday. How Woody called Hilton out for acting tough. I don't remember the wording of it, but Woody had called her out. Like, yeah, when you were trying to talk all tough or something like that. And just another thing you kept in the back of my mind, that she does that and it was noticeable when she was trying to build rapport. She thinks it's effective, and I don't know if it really is. I don't know if it really is. Casey Dog says, gonna miss the Honorable KNW's Big Sigh the most. Well, speaking of Flesh of the Gods, you can go over to his channel, and he's got, if you put a code in his chat, like the exclamation point, cat sigh is one word, pops me right up on the screen, and you get a cat sigh on demand. So definitely got to make sure you check that out. Get your cat sigh fix at any time. Chip Ewing says, for Hilton's new book, Confessions on a Beat. Yeah, I really didn't like that because it was kind of like she was like Whitaker, whatever non-jury day, she said it's words on a beat. Hilton kind of embraced it. So I don't know. I didn't really like that comparison. And I get that it helps her case to say confessions on a find it. Maybe Doug reposted it. Aha. Okay, so Doug reposted one that crops bots out. Bots in there was like a more landscape shaped one where bots was visible over here. So bots is missing, but there's been these stills of this moment. And I think it's really important because everyone's just like, jury, this is on you now. But altogether, you've got two different co-defendants who in theory could go against each other, who could hate each other, who could be trying to throw each other under the bus. They're standing strong. So really important. Let's see. And thank you again, Carl, to have it queued up. We're going to replay. It was mentioned at the end of the plea colloquy for Jeffrey Williams. So we're going to replay that because, again, it's not an easy task to look at the timetables in math for different charges with different conditions. So I'm going to rely on what they said in court to guide us rather than try to guess myself. Peter Ortiz says, wow, I miss Tyler Perry in the courtroom. Yep, you sure did. You might have to rewind. Destin TV says, Hilton said she likes rap music. Who do you think she listens to? I get Ludacris vibes. Also, what is my email address? Listen, that's probably so backed up. But I'm putting it in the chat right now. But yeah, I don't know. Didn't she quote a song? I don't remember what song. Didn't she quote somebody in her closing? So hilarious. Hilarious. Probably what got her amped up. One of my favorite days in this chat, you guys, was what music do you think Atkins listens to on his way home from court? Oh, you first just listen for Sprinkle. Heck yeah. Hilarious. Who said Dave Oh, wait, is this talking about Atkins? Dave Matthews? Oh gosh. He listens to Homicide by Woody. Oh my goodness. Heck yeah. Thank you so much, Destin to be. Peter Ortiz says bad tacos and warm beer piss off cat. Heck no. No. You know, I don't mind warm beer. I mean, you got to deal with that sometimes when you travel. But bad tacos are an absolute no. No, 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 no. I won't even try to eat them. And I don't like wasting things. But I'm not going to put up with bad tacos. Shout out to Peter Ortiz. And then let's see. Let's get this timing up. We're going to switch over. Let me put a banner up. Rewatch and a plea colloquy. Well, actually, since it's over, let me just use the transcripts. All right, so I think like from right around here, let's see.
He's
Oh, I guess, yeah, this must be one of those moments where the court mic just cuts in the middle of them speaking. So, but yeah, we're going to get a gauge on the time that Kendrick and Stillwell were facing and how that might have played into their plea negotiations. And remember, we did have a directed verdict on 3 counts. So that happened after this plea colloquy.
imprisonment. He's charged with count 57. Which was participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He was also charged with count 58, which is violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act. That is for the possession.
Right, marijuana.
Of marijuana, which
Yeah.
carries a sentence of 1 to 10 years. As to count 59, I believe that's the possession of codeine with the intent to distribute, which is 1 to 5, which is 5 to 30 years. And count 59, which is the possession of cocaine, which
And
is,
60 is possession of cocaine.
so 59 was the codeine, 60
Right.
is the possession of cocaine, which was 1 to 5 years. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which was count 61, which is 5 years to serve consecutive to any count indictment. Possession of a machine gun, which was count 62, which was 10 years to serve consecutive. And then he was charged with count 63, which is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon pursuant to 1611-133. I know my math isn't the best, but that's life plus some years. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, was for Mr. Kendrick to plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which was 20 to serve 15. Count 2, the murder reduced to voluntary manslaughter, 20 years to serve 15. 20 years to serve 15. And then to the gang count 57, also 20 years to serve 15, all to run concurrent, and the state was willing to null pros all the other counts in the indictment.
All right, and Mr. Kendrick and the attorneys associated with you. I want to make sure that y'all know that unlike what happened with Mr. Williams, if you plead non-negotiated to less than all of the charges, there is nothing that the court can do if the state chooses to go forward with some of those charges. So you could not do what Mr. Williams pled guilty or nolo to each of the charges that he was facing. You cannot say, well, I'd like to plead guilty to count 1 and I'd like to plead to the reduced charge on count 2. And then I'd like to just skip the rest of them, because the state can say, well, we're not skipping the rest of them. We're still going to try you for the rest of them. And the state can also say, we're not okay with letting you plead to voluntary manslaughter unless you abide by the terms of the agreement. We're going to go forward with the murder trial. So I know that Mr. Weinstein, you and Mr. Apt and everybody else who's been helping know that, but because things seem to have worked out sort of beneficially for some of these other people who have already pled, y'all might think, oh, well, gosh, can't we do something better than that? Given what you're facing, they hold a lot of the cards, and a lot of it is outside of the ability of this court to change. Okay? All right.
We understand that, Your Honor. Thank you for advising us
All
of
right.
that.
All right, Mr. Stillwell is facing
Your Honor, Mr. Stillwell is also looking at count 1, which the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is 5 to 20 years. He is facing 2 counts of murder for count 2 and count 49, which each carries a sentence of life imprisonment. He's also charged with count 50 of this indictment, Your Honor, which is participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He's also charged with count 51, participation in criminal street gang activity, also a sentence of 5 to 20 years. Count 52, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted under 1611-133, which is 15 years consecutive to any count in the indictment. 54, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is 5 years to serve consecutive. Count 64, which is another possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under 1611-133, which is also 15 years to serve consecutive. So Mr. Stillwell's looking at maximum of 2 life sentences plus
85 years.
Plus 85 years, Your Honor. The state's recommendation, and I'll just say globally, Your Honor, was 60 years to serve 40 years in prison. That we would have reduced both of the murders to voluntary manslaughter, Your Honor. And we had given his attorney the option to kind of craft how that 40 years would look. But that was the extent to our
right.
negotiations, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stillwell, kind of the same information to you. If the state does not want to reduce charges, you're not entitled to plead to reduce charges. They can say, you got to face these murder charges and we're going to make it a jury trial if you don't agree to what we're offering. Same thing, you can't say, well, I'd like those other charges dismissed if they're not willing to dismiss them in exchange for the negotiated sentence. So obviously, each of you has the right to continue with the trial. What you're doing, you are all have very capable attorneys representing you who clearly care very passionately about you all personally, as well as presenting your best case. But it's ultimately going to be up to the jury, and you cannot know what any jury is going to do. And they may say, I don't believe a single bit of this beyond a reasonable doubt. Y'all are both walking. They may say, you know what, I buy this, I don't buy that. I'm convicting you of 4 of the 5 or 4 of the 8 charges. You're still then going to face sentencing. They may convict you of everything. And if you are convicted of everything, Mr. Stillwell, you're facing 2 life sentences plus 85 years on top of that, as opposed to 40 years to serve with parole as a possibility. And Mr. Kendrick, you are facing life plus, I think I added up 115 years instead of 20 to serve 15. So it's just something to think about. And I mean, it's already past 5 o'clock. So are y'all going to leave the offer open until you have withdrawn the offer before you even put it on the record to?
We communicated this to them last night, but they did not accept it. They would have withdrawn off.
All right, well, given that the state spent the entire day negotiating Mr. Williams' plea, ultimately unsuccessfully, I don't know if either Mr. Weinstein or Mr. Sharp would have been able to negotiate with you during today.
They would have, we didn't have any communication from Mr. Weinstein or Mr. And they rejected the offer.
Okay.
I did have communication with Mr. Abate today. I attempted to have
All right.
communications with the DA last Tuesday
Well,
morning, but she failed to show up for our meeting.
Any chance y'all might leave it open until 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Your Honor, I'll consult with the DA, and if she wishes to read
Okay, I mean, I have no idea whether they'd want to keep it, but I haven't, we haven't put it on the record and I haven't ensured myself as the court that they understood what the potential sentences were up until just now. So I would appreciate it if she would, so that they have the opportunity, having heard from the court, to talk to their attorneys. And they may still say that we're good, we're going forward, but.
We'll consult with the district attorney, but as a.
Okay. So in the event that it is no longer open to you or that you decide to reject it anyway, I plan to start the trial again Monday morning. I'm going to have the jury be here at 9. I'm going to have us be here at 8:30. We're back to getting no sleep. So I'll see y'all at 8:30 regardless. Okay, now court is adjourned.
Okay, so there was the end of that rewatch there. Go back over to this, almost at 5 hours here total of deliberation time. But yeah, that's like serious time, you guys. And remember, yes, some of those counts are off the table because of the directed verdict. And also since the other 3 counts that had a partial grant with the directed verdict where we're going to charge lessers, the minimums change a little bit with the sentencing requirements for those if they were to be found guilty. So a little bit different, but not too different from that, what we heard there. So, and Julie Cat says, shout out to Juror 56 in the chat for the hilarious shade thrown at Love's hair, the 1993 hair wrap, the ribbon. It's crazy. To a lot of people that looked like she changed her ponytail color, like just bleached, like did an ombre look for just the ponytail. Thank you so much, Julie. Let's check X and see if there's any short-term updates. I don't see anything new from Joseph Papp. So they're just back deliberating. If you guys want to, let me get a link. If you want quick updates over on X, Joseph Papp is the guy to follow. Here's his thread from today. And if you're listening, it's JOZSEF for his first name, and Papp is PAPP. P is in Papa. So that's his name if you're listening and want to be able to find him on X. I will be back on if we get more jury questions or verdict today. Remember, they're going until 3 p.m., so they've got about 3.5 hours, including or not including lunch, depending on whether they work during their lunch. So I'm going to jump off of here. We'll wrap this up here. Make sure you hit that bell if you want to get a notification from YouTube when I go live, because it's not, there won't be really a scheduling window, right? I'm going to schedule the stream and go live right away. So there's not going to be that, hey, 30-minute notice that YouTube usually sends out. So hit that bell if you want to get notifications, at least for today and Monday, if necessary, for these jury question or verdict pop-up streams. You guys all take care in the meantime. And, you know, if we don't connect back on the live, everyone have a good holiday if you're getting together with friends or family or just eating good food tomorrow. So love you guys. You all have a good holiday and maybe see you again later today. Take care. Wait, they're calling the jury back? You're lying. Don't do it. Don't troll me. Hold on. Who said they're calling the jury back? Don't do that. If the jury comes back in a minute, I'll go live in a minute. All right. See you guys then.
Who's going to tell LeBron that he's now a hybrid gang member? In fact, we just heard what the state said about wiping the nose meant, according to the gang experts. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's like ordering a hit in the middle of NBA warmups? Does that make any sense? Is what the gang investigators say, should we really take it? Hook, line, and sinker? I suggest we should not. Okay, I'm going to move on to the state's attempt to prove the commission of an overt act in furtherance of a criminal objective. And mind you, they have to prove all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not like I have to show everyone did not happen. These elements all have to be proven by the state. Okay, and a reminder, this isn't just about people committing crime, because I'm just going to sit here and tell you, there's no doubt that people with YSL tattoos, there's no doubt that people that say slat have committed crimes. No one's disputing it. Isolated crimes by an individual or a group of individuals that have nothing to do with any alleged conspiracy cannot be overt acts. It's not just crimes that or other acts that are alleged against people associated with YSL. The acts must further the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. So what do they focus on? They focus on, first of all, oddly, artistic expression. Jeffrey's lyrics. Like we're just going to pretend there's not a thing called rap music. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called artistic license. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called YSL, the record label. And when Jeffrey says slat in a song or slime in a song, which is recognized worldwide and is popular and sells albums, we're going to pretend that there's no context to this. And we're just going to pretend that all these lyrics are somehow designed to further a RICO organization. That's absurd. We're going to pretend Shannon Stillwell's statements about bragging about beating a murder rap, which is good for his music career, is somehow furthering some criminal objectives of some conspiracy. That's absurd. They list in their list of overt acts a bunch of social media posts. Social media posts of people with tattoos on their face. Nothing else. Just, oh, he took a picture with a tattoo on his face. Or wearing slime clothing or Make America Slime Again clothing. Clothing created, mind you, by Miles Farley, a person who was able to, again, turn negative into positive and turn that movement that was going on in Cleveland Avenue in a way for him to make money through selling clothing, for him to provide to his family. Turns out Miles Farley didn't subscribe to, oh, your options are athlete, entertainer, dead, or jail. He decided to design clothes. And what's his reward? You're part of a conspiracy. What does the state say were these overt acts? Well, they list a lot of petty drug selling. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. I don't know if you remember, but it was a long time ago, I know. But he talked about being pulled over. And I made sure to ask him. And he wasn't denying that he had a bag of weed on him. I said, hey, man, who went in on you with you on that bag of weed? I bought it. Okay, yeah, but when you sold it and made a profit, who are you going to share the money with? And look at me like I was crazy. Man, this is a $100 bag of weed. I ain't sharing money with anyone. I'm a drug dealer. I buy drugs and I sell drugs and I make a profit and I keep the profit. What evidence have we seen at all that any of this petty drug dealing had anything to do with furthering some criminal enterprise? It's isolated acts. They list gun possession. 2019, they say Shannon Stillwell is in possession of a gun in furtherance of the criminal objectives of the conspiracy. Man, we have heard ever since Shannon Stillwell was falsely accused of killing Donovan Thomas in 2015 about people shooting at his head, people shooting at the car he's in. People are trying to kill him. And you think he's possessing a gun as some furtherance of some conspiracy? Does that make any sense? He's trying to survive. The murder of Jamari Holmes, tragic event, horrible, complete waste of 3 lives. Jamari Holmes, Rodelius Ryan, and Mr. Blaylock, 3 teenagers, senselessly, all lose their lives to varying degrees. Jamari Holmes obviously loses his life in the in the most real sense. Absolute tragedy. No one's going to say otherwise. This list is an overact in furtherance of furtherance of the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. It was like a 15-year-old doing something incredibly stupid. What objectives was that furthering? It wasn't. It's an isolated act committed by someone who screams out YSL and screams out SLAPP. But that doesn't mean it's furthering any conspiracy. We hear about Jaden Myrick. First of all, who the heck is Jaden Myrick? I know they put him on this indictment, like to try to say, oh yeah, he's a co-conspirator in this too. But they're the ones that put his name on this indictment. What have we heard about Jaden Myrick? We ever hear about Jaden Myrick ever meeting Shannon Stillwell? Do we have any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Shannon Stillwell? What about Jeffrey Williams? Any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Jeffrey Williams? Who the heck's Jaden Myrick? But some dope in the jail that's looking to make money by doing something incredibly stupid and attacking Rashawn Bennett. So he calls another dope, and they come up with their own little plan, but it has nothing to do with some broad conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell willfully and knowingly joined. We heard about jail calls. They're all listed as overacts. Cordarius Dorsey calling Antonio Sumlin. Hey, I want you to attack some guy named, Victor Meadows, I think his name was. I can't even remember the guy's name. Had nothing to do with this case. And Antonio Sumlin's like, what? And he's like, okay, man. And he hangs up the phone and doesn't do anything about it ever again. Is that furthering a conspiracy? And this was the coup de grace. Christian Eppinger has an armed robbery arrest warrant out for him. And the police jump out on him, unmarked police, and say, get out, boy. And he has a gun. And he gets into it with the officer and shoots and runs. And then another officer shoots at him and he shoots back and he continues to run. Somehow the state is alleging that Christian Eppinger, no one else is there. No one's saying, hey, Christian Eppinger, do this for YSL. Christian Eppinger trying to avoid arrest, trying to stay free. Completely isolated from anything else going on in this case. Somehow Christian Eppinger doing that making an idiotic decision to shoot an officer to avoid being arrested. Somehow that is in furtherance of some conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined.
So we got these two liars who were strategically interviewed at the very time they're most likely to lie. Wouldn't it be cool if we had some corroboration of what these two no liars claim? Phone records. The state has repeatedly claimed that there's some corroboration in these phone records, and I give Agent Bernie some credit. That was the FBI cast agent that talks about the phone records and plots them. He was very careful. He was very clear. This does not give exact locations. First of all, it's just devices, not people, but it doesn't give exact locations. It doesn't tell you where people were. It gives a general area. It tells you what cell phone may have been closest to the device when it was being used. And these cell phone towers have all different radiuses and all different signal strengths. So you just get a general idea. You got to be very careful about what you read into these cell phone records. That's what he said, the expert. And yes, he talked about different people calling different people that know each other calling different people on January 10, 2015. Shouldn't be that surprising. And yeah, he put Kenneth Copeland, as did 88 Sprinkle, Kenneth Copeland at the Green Store, in the general area of the Green Store around the time of the homicide. The Green Store that is what? A minute away from the barbershop? What did the phone records corroborate again? That Kenneth Copeland was right there at the time of the murder? That people were generally going north and south on a highway? What did they say about Shannon Stillwell? Where did they say he was? Go look at those phone records. Did they provide any cell phone records for Shannon Stillwell? How about Diamante Kendrick? What is the power of those cell phone records again? What did they corroborate? Did they have Kenneth Copeland wear a wire? Remember when he was so desperate to get out of jail, I'll wear a wire, I'll wear a wire. That would have been an idea. Prove what you're saying, Kenneth. You're a liar. You're a known liar. Don't just tell us stuff. Prove it. Nope, they didn't put a wire on Kenneth. What about wiretapping phones? We know they know how to do that. Did they wiretap anyone's phone to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland and Quindaria Zachary said? Nope. So then we get to surveillance video. And this is where this gets kind of ugly. Kenneth Copeland claims he was at the Green Store, not outside the barbershop at the time of the killing. And his phone records put him in that general area. How many times have myself or Attorney Steele asked about the Green Store? Detective Thorpe claims that he went to the Green Store to try to get surveillance, but he didn't think they had any. Really? Because I heard about my client being shot at, his head being shot at that very same Green Store, and I heard the officer responded and looked at the surveillance to determine who was shooting at my client. I've seen pictures of the Green Store. I see the cameras. They don't have surveillance. Okay, Detective Thorpe. So you tried to get surveillance. Do you have that in any of your reports? Any documentation of you going to the Green Store to try to get surveillance to corroborate the claims of Kenneth Copeland? Oh, no, that's not in my report. Ask Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither, about the Green Store. Why would I go to the Green Store? That's not even relevant. Really? I beg to differ. She had no interest in corroborating Kenneth Copeland. So then we talk about the McDonald's surveillance. The McDonald's at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, the very spot where Kenneth Copeland claims in his story that everyone met and that Demekion Garlington told him who killed Donovan Thomas. Well, we know the McDonald's has surveillance. We know we don't have the McDonald's surveillance for January 10th, 2015. So I ask, Attorney Steele asks, I ask, other attorneys ask. First, we asked Gaither, did you ever try to get surveillance to McDonald's? And what did she say? Oh, we went like 2 or 3 months later, we went and we talked to a general manager and they weren't able to get into the cameras right then, but we took the card and we gave the card to Thorpe. That was her explanation of the efforts to get camera footage from the McDonald's. I said, okay, do you have that in a report that you drove down to McDonald's and talked to? Who was the person you talked to? What was their title? What was their name? Where's the card? Oh, no, I don't have that in a report. Nope. Okay, so then we asked Thorpe. what did you do to get surveillance from the McDonald's to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland said? And this is where it gets ugly. He said, I went a couple days later and I talked to the people and they said the footage had been erased. The 15-day or however many days the cycle is ended and all the footage was erased and it started all over again. That piqued our interest because everyone knows that's not the way surveillance cameras work. Everyone knows it's first in, first out on a rolling basis, meaning if it's a 15-day cycle, at the end of 15 days, everything isn't just erased, but it starts taping over the beginning parts again, so you always have 15 days memory. Everyone knows that you wouldn't go to the McDonald's 2 days after an incident and find out that the whole system had been erased, because that's not how surveillance systems work. And we asked every officer, it seemed, that came up here, you ever hear of a surveillance system working that way? Where it just all erases at one time, or does it roll first in, first out? Every one of them said they never heard of a surveillance system just erasing all at one time. Every single one of them. So does that McDonald's on that corner of Old Hapeville and Cleveland Avenue have a one-of-a-kind, a one-of-one surveillance system that they're operating? I don't think so. But what does that mean? It means Detective Thorpe lied to us. He lied to y'all. He didn't go to try to get that surveillance from the McDonald's. He didn't go 2 days later. What did? It's a straight shooter, D.A. Sprinkle. What did D.A. Sprinkle said when we asked him about it? Hey, did Detective Thorpe ever mention trying to go get the footage from the McDonald's? Did that ever come up? Because, we've been asking a lot about this McDonald's footage. What did D.A. Sprinkle say? Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me. And that seems like something would have brought up. Detective Thorpe lied. Either that, or he did go get the footage, and it doesn't back up Kenneth Copeland's claims, and it's in his missing file somewhere, which he can't find to bring to court. I guess that's a possibility. But he lied. All right, so the elephant in the room. Who killed Donovan Thomas? It's not our burden to solve this case, first of all. The jury instructions are clear. It's not our job to solve cases, especially cases that happened 9 years ago. But to the extent that it factors into the question of reasonable doubt that Mr. Stillwell committed that crime, let's just leave it like this. I know someone who has a closest associate named Trevante Turner. I know of someone who is arch enemies with a man named Kelvin Watts, who's the brother of Donovan Thomas. I know of someone who, with Trevante Turner, went and shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barber shop in 2014. I know of someone who stole Donovan Thomas's nut chain and wallet and cell phone out of his truck in late 2014. And when asked about it by the police, repeatedly lied about that situation, repeatedly pretended that him and Donovan Thomas were cool. I know someone who was jumped by Kelvin Watts in Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. I know someone who to shooting up the TIG studios at 675 Metropolitan Avenue on January 8, 2015, 2 days before Donovan Thomas's death. Shooting which shot a hole in Rich Homie Kwan's windshield. And if you recall from the officer who responded to the scene, a shooting that very well may have occurred while Donovan Thomas was present. Remember, I asked that officer, were there people there in the studio at the time? Yes, there were. Who were they? I don't know. They wouldn't open the door. They wouldn't come and answer. And I know someone who was put on the proverbial plate by Donovan Thomas on January 8th, 2015. Mr. Kokomo, could you please play DS24F?
I got somebody, I don't know his name, he was there, he ill there. He called the night, well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. They had, no, it was a Thursday night. They had a barbecue. The barbecue just about, it was bloody, everything bloody. Then the whole meeting was based on me. They were all in there talking about this nigga, talking about this nigga. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody. I mean, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that was nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all of them guns. The same night, they every last one of them guns. Said, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot whatever. But he called me, he told me everything he said. Is this person in front of yours?
The whole meeting was based on me. Gave all of them guns. They were instructed to trick me to the gas station. This wasn't some universal Donovan Thomas after everyone. This wasn't Donovan Thomas after YSL. It certainly wasn't Donovan Thomas after Shannon Stillwell. They were after Kenneth Copeland. I know somebody who had the opportunity. Not only does cell phone records put him right in the area, but we know the car was, we know the shooting, the murder was perpetrated using a certain Infiniti, an Infiniti that was rented for Kenneth Copeland by Jeffrey Williams, because Kenneth Copeland needed a car. An Infiniti that Kenneth Copeland was in possession of the day before the Donovan Thomas shooting. An Infiniti which was last known to be in the hands of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary before, according to Kenneth Copeland, he handed it off to his good friend, closest associate, partner in shooting up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barber shop, Trevante Turner, also known as Threat. In conclusion, regarding count 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is an absolute lack of reliable evidence against Shannon Stillwell. He had no motive. His problems with all these people happened afterwards. Once APD falsely accused him, once the streets falsely accused him of committing this crime, that's when people started shooting at his head and shooting at cars he was riding in. He didn't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence of that. There's no forensics, no DNA. No cell phone records putting Shannon Stillwell at any scenes. He's not on the Texaco video. It's just 2 witnesses, both proven and admitted liars who changed their stories repeatedly on tape, right in front of all of us. Both people who had every reason to lie when they gave their stories. 2 people that were chosen by the state to be the key witnesses in the case. But 2 witnesses, to their credit, who at least came in here and owned up to the fact that they were weak. They chose themselves. They chose to lie on others to save themselves, and at least they came in and told you. All right, we got a little more to go, okay?
Let's take.
That was my hint.
I think let's take that.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Honorable Police Court. I see the coffee. I can take a hint. We're almost there. Okay. We're going to move on to the Chanel Drinks murder from March 14th, 2022. And there are several counts regarding this case count 49 charges my client, Mr. Stillwell, with murder. Mr. Kokomo, if you could show 50. 50 charges participation in criminal street gang activity based on the murder. 51 charges criminal street gang activity based on murder. And 52 charges possession of firearm by a convicted felon for March 14th, 2022, based on the belief that if a murder was committed by Mr. Stillwell, he must have had a gun. And count 54 is charged possession of firearm during commission of a felony, being the murder. My point is all of these counts are predicated on the murder charge. And so I'm not going to focus on any of the other counts. I'm just going to focus on count 49, which is the murder charge. Okay, so turning the page to the March 14th, 2022 Shemel Drinks murder case. Let's start out by just reviewing kind of the basic evidence, standard evidence, and then we're going to get into some of the more complicated matters that came up during trial. There's no eyewitnesses. There's no DNA. There's a fingerprint that was briefly alluded to that was found on Shemel Drinks' car that does not belong to Mr. Stillwell or anyone else in this case. There's no ballistic matches. We know that the projectiles or the bullets that hit Mr. Drinks twice, once in the neck, once in the arm, we know that they were .40 caliber bullets. Okay? That's what we know. What else have we heard through trial? We heard about a phone that Mr. Stillwell had. We heard a lot of his songs off that phone, and we also heard about some other things. We heard about a article that Mr. Stillwell or someone with Mr. Stillwell's phone, we'll say Mr. Stillwell, clicked on March 17th, 2022. Okay, it was a Fox News article about a shooting on Windsor Street. Okay, that's 3 days after the homicide. That is after Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time, Miss Alexander, alerted him to the fact that there was a shooting on Windsor Street. It's after the fact, it's after she sent a post posted by someone else on Instagram about this shooting on Windsor Street. It's after his grandmother, Miss Jackson, reached out to him to check if he was okay because she saw the news report about this shooting on the news. All that happened on the evening of March 14th. That's how quickly news traveled. It should be of no surprise that by March 17th, probably sooner than that, there was an article about this incident on the internet, on the Fox News website, the local Fox 5 website. Mr. Stillwell clicked on an article 3 days afterwards. Additionally, we heard about Mr. Stillwell being we know that he's in the rap, or he's trying to make his way in the rap game. And we know that on the evening of March 14th, going into March 15th, Mr. Stillwell was in the studio. And we know there was a note in his phone that talked about a very standard, very common, not a particularly unique line at all, not unique at all, to be quite honest, from drill music, about ops. That was put in his notes while he was in the studio making drill music. So we have that. Neither of those two things in his phone are particularly noteworthy. They're not strong evidence of anything, but they were brought to your attention by Investigator Viverito, who searched his phone far and wide for any information she could find, and that was what she found. We heard about social media posts. And we heard that those social media posts were collected by Investigator Viverito. And we went back and forth with Investigator Viverito, we being me, about her work collecting those posts. There's no reports on who she was following, what she was looking for, who she was checking out on Instagram, who she wasn't checking out on Instagram. We also know from the post by Mr. Nichols that was presented to you initially in a far different form than it was actually on the internet, that Investigator Viverito was not only collecting posts, but she was manipulating posts to present to you in the way that she deemed fit, because she is biased. We learned that there were several people that made posts about what the goings-ons in March of 2022. We know, and I'm not going to hide from it, that Mr. Stillwell made posts about Maine, Christian McMiller's death on March 11th, about Darius Ford's death, about how his heart is broken, about how he ain't gonna be the only one crying. We know that there were posts on both sides from everyone in the community about what was going on in March 2022. But the takeaway from the post is this, and it actually came from Investigator Viverito. I don't think she really wanted to admit it, but she did. We talked to her about the March 11th killing of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, and about that investigation. Now we're talking about 2 years and 8 months ago now, how it remains unsolved, how no one's been charged. Okay? And we looked at some of the posts that were made in reference to that incident. We learned about a Big Nick who posted just after that incident, slime and chalk. And we know what that, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. And we know about these other accounts. Edgewood, I think it was Edgewood James and Jody Hurst, 2 other accounts that weren't necessarily their names, may have been kind of like pseudo accounts or fictitious accounts, celebrating in really the most vile ways possible, celebrating the deaths of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And I asked Investigator Viverito, and she confirmed, you know, even if they're fictitious accounts, you can see who was posting, you could pull IP address, you could try to look into that and figure out who was posting. If you really thought that these posts, if you really thought posting about the crime was a confession to murder. And she agreed, she could, but they didn't, because it's not. We learned about Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Cow, and we saw the post that he made right after the murder of the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, about him putting 2 shells under Donovan Thomas's eyes, about him looking in the camera and putting 2 shells under his eyes, 4 different posts. Another post about with 2 shells and lips sealed. And we talked to Investigator Viverito about what those shells meant. And they meant bodies in her estimation. So Kelvin Watts is sitting there posting, putting symbols of dead bodies under his own eyes in his own way with the shells. And I asked Investigator Viverito, oh, and he also made a song. We heard about the song he made, Mafia Story, where he's celebrating the death, where he's describing the death, how they were in a fast car, and how they died on the freeway. Direct references to the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And so I asked, all these posts that Kelvin Watts has made, has he been charged? And the answer was no. And why was the answer no? Because posts on the internet about the death of people, he even claims of responsibility, such as putting two shells under your own eyes. That's not enough to charge someone. That's not a confession. Investigator Viverito said the reality is, in this day and age, under these circumstances, dealing in this situation with the drill music and everything else, there's false claiming going on all the time. We can't go by what's on the internet. We can't go by what people post. That's not a confession. That's what we learned from Investigator Viverito. That's what she was forced to concede when we talked about the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford deaths. So when we're analyzing crude, inappropriate, idiotic posts that are made by Demekion Garlington, or even my client, Mr. Stillwell, let's keep that in mind. Those aren't confessions. Those are posts, and they're common. And even Investigator Viverito, who I have maintained pretty clearly is not an honest broker, was biased. Even she had to admit that. Ballistics is interesting because we know about the FN that Mr. Stillwell is allegedly being linked with, 57 FN. And that was always a hole in the state's case, right? Mr. Drinks was shot with the .40 caliber bullets. Mr. Stillwell has never been linked to any weapon that shoots .40 caliber bullets, at least not in 2022. So Investigator Viverito shows up in court, looking to put her stamp on the case, looking to sway the jurors. And she looks at a video and she says, yeah, on that table I think that's a Glock 27 based on the bottom of the grip. I'm not an expert. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just going to kind of hypothesize in front of the jury that it's a Glock 27 and they shoot 40 caliber bullets. Okay, you're not an expert, but you're throwing that in front of the jury. Never said it before until you're on the stand. And what's your experience with Glock 27s? Well, one time I went to the gun store and I was trying to decide what kind of gun to buy, and I held a Glock 27. That's it. Think about Investigator Viverito and her bias and her trying to sway you and identify or claim to identify a firearm and make it model from that picture and what her basis is, what her real basis is. Any evidence that Mr. Stillwell ever possessed that gun? And what did she say? She just can't answer no, because of course there's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever possessed that gun. She said, well, do you have any evidence? Or I don't have any evidence that he didn't. Well, geez, that's an interesting shifting of the burden of proof from the state's witness. She's biased. She came in there to try to solve a key problem of the state's case, which is that Mr. Stillwell is not linked to any weapon that could possibly shoot the fatal bullets in the Shamel Drinks case. And she tried to solve that problem for the state with her little trick and her little identification based on one-time handling a gun in some pawn shop or some gun store somewhere. Don't fall for it. It just shows her bias. So we heard the wiretaps. State brought on the wiretaps. And yes, the wiretaps do show Mr. Stillwell. We heard a call, Mr. Stillwell laughing about sneaking out when the police showed up and talking about taking a stick and his FN from the house after the police showed up. We own that. We acknowledge that. Neither of those guns could shoot the bullets that killed Mr. Drinks. But there was another wiretap that was played that I'd like us to just hear again. And Mr. Kokomo, you know where I'm going? Okay. It was from a call on April 1st, 12:29 a.m. And the state made such a big deal of this. Of course, the wiretap, hold on one second, just don't play it. The state made a big deal of this because it's a wiretap. Demekion Garlington's on one end on his cell phone. And the state made such a big deal about Mr. Stillwell, what he was doing on this call on April 1st. Of course, we know he was in jail. He'd been arrested on March 17th. So he's in jail and he's talking to Demekion Garlington. And they make a big deal. He's on a contraband phone. He's on a contraband phone. Now, I'm not saying that's right, but let's think about that scenario for a second. We've been sitting here for a year listening to the same. This call is subject to being recorded, right? Every time someone comes from the jail, because it is recorded. Mr. Stillwell's on a cell phone. He doesn't know Mr. Garlington's phone is tapped. Mr. Garlington doesn't know his phone is tapped. As far as they're concerned, they're having a private conversation. They have cut out the recording and are having a private conversation about March 14th, 2022. And what do they say? First, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 239 to 310?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm feeling for. I'm like, shit, what the hell? They like, or like, they just saying, like, I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. Yeah, I mean, ain't kill him, so.
That's what I keep telling Lil, I keep telling him, like, just chill. Like, I know.
Yeah,
like,
they
this
think
ain't nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing it. It seems as it got gas. It's like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In this private conversation that they're having, they're not saying, oh, how can we cover this up? Oh, I think they're onto us. Oh no, I think they got us. They're saying, we didn't do anything. They're just assuming we did stuff because we're the fact that we have never denied. And they're talking about how innocent they are and how the police got it wrong. And Mr. Stillwell is just saying, let's let it work itself out. So let's go to 1210 to 1225, Mr. Kokomo. Thank you.
Yeah, I already know. Like, when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, you know, they gunpowder for rings, all this shit up.
Yeah.
Gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's consider that comment. First of all, no one said the car has been cleaned. It's going to come back clean, is what was said. And now listen to what Mr. Stillwell says. Once they GD going to wipe it down, doing GD, you know, the gunpowder forensic, all that S-H-I-T, the gunpowder forensic. Does Mr. Stillwell sound like an expert in gunshot residue there? Does he really sound like someone that's going to say, oh, I have so much inside knowledge on this forensic work that the police do on the inside of cars that we must clean the headliner of all things? No, he sounds like someone who knows that they were in a car on March 14th, 2022, knows that they were at the BP, knows that they left and they drove down Windsor Street, and knows, despite the fact that he's been arrested falsely for killing another gentleman, he knows in his heart that no gun was fired by him inside that car or outside that car. That's how he knows it's going to come back clean. It's not some devious mastermind that's got some inside information on the forensic work. He barely knows what he's talking about. You know, that gunpowder forensic, all that S-H-I-T. That's a comment of someone that knows where they were on March 14th and where they were driving and what they did not do. And what they did not do was fire a gun. Let's talk about the rental car. State made a big deal of this rental car. Yes, Mr. Stillwell rented a car on March 14, 2022. First of all, we've seen the BP tape. There was no plan, okay? This was a chance encounter. It was unforeseen that Shimel Drinks would ever show up at a gas station. So there's no indication that people would be renting a car in anticipation of running into Shimel Drinks, okay? The reality is we heard about what was going on in Mr. Stillwell's life. We know from his phone, we heard from Miss Alexander who testified. Remember what she said? March 9th, I was robbed. I said she's in the cash business. She said, no, I dance. Okay, that's fine. I didn't want to put it out there, but she did. She dances. She carries large amounts of money. And people ran up on her with their guns out and tried to rob her. Remember what she said? I said, you shot at them in self-defense. She said, no, I shot them. She didn't have any remorse about that because people ran up on her to try to take her stuff at gunpoint. But she was concerned about the blowback. She was concerned about people coming back to get her. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Stillwell has had a target on his back since 2015. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller were just ruthlessly murdered on the freeway while driving in a car that obviously someone knew who they were and had an idea of what kind of car they were in. Is it really any wonder why a car was rented by Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander on March 14th? If it's such a secret, if there was such a plan behind this car, isn't it odd that Mr. Stillwell, first of all, they ordered it online ahead of time. Mr. Stillwell walks in there on surveillance, gives his ID, gives his name. It wasn't no secret. They were renting a car because things had gotten dangerous. They were trying to survive. And then we make a big deal of these tints. Yeah, they did put a tint on the car. That was kind of the point. That was exactly the point. No one's hiding from that. Mr. Stillwell was scared for his safety. He was scared for Miss Alexander's safety. And the first thing he did that night is went and got window tints on the car. And yes, he broke the rental agreement in doing so. Let's consider Mr. Stillwell's actions after the fact. I don't know. It seems logical to me that if I'm in a rental car and I use it as part of a homicide, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of said rental car, distance myself from the rental car. It's on video at the BP. It's on video on Windsor Street. There's surveillance cameras all over the place in Atlanta. The first thing anyone would do if they committed a crime as heinous as this in a rental car is to get rid of it. Well, what do we know that Mr. Stillwell does? Well, first of all, he runs into Investigator Viverito at 2830 Waters Road a day after the homicide, wearing the same clothes he was wearing in the BP, by the way. not really concealing his identity there. And he tells Investigator Viverito, yeah, that's the car I'm in. That's the car I'm riding in. And then what does he do later in the day on the 16th? Does he go into Griffin, Georgia and burn it in some back road somewhere? Does he go drop it off in Alabama? No. He calls Alamo and extends the rental until the 20th. Ask yourself, really? Are those the actions of someone with a guilty conscience? Are those the actions of someone who committed a crime in a rental car? Absolutely not. Why is he doing these things? Because just like how he knows the car is going to come back clean, he knows he didn't do anything in that car. He knows he's innocent. He has no reason to get rid of the car. Okay, let's talk about Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley. She was the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Shamel Drinks. She was very important. We didn't realize how important she was at the time, but she was very important. She testified that there were 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, one to his arm and one to his neck. We don't know which order they came in, but we know the shot to the neck was the fatal injury. It caused a massive injury to the base of his skull and the base of his brain. Dr. Sims Stanley testified about the effects of such an injury. Death would be immediate, and if not immediate, imminent. But more importantly, conscious control of bodily movements would be immediately lost due to this massive injury to the base of the brain. The ability to move body parts up and down would be immediately lost. That came out in her testimony. Now, the state followed up and said, is it possible if Mr. Drinks' foot was already on the brake when he was shot, is it possible for his foot to remain on the brake? And Dr. Sims Stanley's answer was yes. And of course it is, because staying on the brake does not require any conscious bodily movement. But on cross, I asked a very simple question. Is it possible after being shot in the neck, that Mr. Drinks would be able to actively move his foot up and down off the brake? And unequivocally, with no hesitation, Dr. Sims Stanley said, no, that would not be possible. It would not be possible for Mr. Drinks, after being shot in the neck, to move his foot up and down off that brake. We're going to get to why that, I'm certain many of you know why that's important, but we're going to get to why that's important in a minute. Let's talk about gunshot residue. Detective Hogan was the lead detective in this case. We know, much like the video, he took out warrants without ever having watched the video in this case, the FedEx video. He relied on a FedEx employee to describe it to him. We also know that he didn't wait for any gunshot residue results to come back before taking out warrants either, before assuming the guilt of my client, Mr. Stillwell. He, in fact, when he testified, seemed unaware that there was even any gunshot residue tests performed or anything had been collected. But then we talked to Antoinette Green, who was a crime scene tech, who processed the the white Audi. And she processed the red Versa, but she processed the white Audi. And she informed us that it was, in fact, Detective Hogan who requested that she collect the headliner for the purpose of testing for gunshot residue. And I asked crime scene tech Green, did that seem like an appropriate request to you, collecting the headliner to test for gunshot residue within that car? And she said, yes, the location seemed appropriate, the location of the headliner seemed appropriate, and the fabric that the headliner was made of made it a very appropriate piece of the car to collect to be later tested for gunshot residue. And so she collected it. In fact, she didn't just collect the part over the sunroof, she cut out around that part as well and collected it all and sealed it up, just like she does in every other case. She did her job, she collected it, she sealed it, and she sent it to GBI for testing. I asked scientist, Mr. Colvin, who tested for gunshot residue. I said, well, how about you? What is your thoughts? You ever test headliners before? Yeah, all the time. Right? Does that seem an appropriate part of the car to collect to test for gunshot residue? Absolutely. The fabric is the type of fabric that would tend to hold on to the gunshot residue, to maintain a gunshot residue as opposed to someone's hands or something like that. And also the location is very appropriate. So we heard what Mr. Colvin did. We heard about his process, which is all by the books, all by procedure, how he dabbed that headliner And he didn't just use one tab, he used two. And he dabbed that headliner again and again and again until one tab lost stickiness, and then he moved to the other tab and continued to dab. And what is he dabbing for? Microscopic particles of gunshot residue that are emitted from a gun when it is fired. And he takes these tabs that he's been dabbing on a headliner, and then he looks at it under a microscope, under an electron beam, to look for microscopic particles, of which there are many emitted from a gun when it is fired. A plume of them are emitted from the gun when it is fired. And he looked under that electron microscope, and his results were negative. And what does negative mean? Negative doesn't mean, oh, it's under some threshold, under 5 per cubic foot or anything like that. Negative means zero. 0 particles collected off that headliner that was collected from the white Audi. So, of course, we're going to talk about the video. The video that Investigator Viverito couldn't wait to talk about when she was on the stand, and I wanted to ask her questions about other things. The video that Detective Hogan had not watched at the time that he took out warrants for my client. Mr. Kokomo, could you pull up the video? Okay. And I just want to give a little timeline of what I submit we're going to see from this video. We're going to see 3 cars in a line. We're going to see a 4th car, a white car, pull up behind Mr. Stillwell in a driving fast. We're going to see Mr. Stillwell pull off. 16 seconds later, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights go on and off. 16 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has been long gone. 18 seconds after Mr. Stillwell leaves, we're going to see a 5th car make an unexplained U-turn. 30 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights flicker on and off again. And finally, for a 3rd time, 33 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights go on and off once again. Investigator Viverito wasn't correct. It doesn't happen one time. The brakes go on and off 3 different times in this video, and we're going to watch it. Pause. Okay, right here, we have 3 cars lined up. Mr. Drink's red Versa on the left, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi in the middle, and Mr. Nichols and Mr. Boyer, according to the state, and Mr. Farley in the right. I invite you when you're deliberating, I invite you right now, when you're deliberating later on, if you need to review this video, you can look as many times as you want. I want you to look to see if you see a muzzle flash at any time when Mr. Stillwell's car is next to Mr. Drink's. We see a 4th car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell. Pause. And Mr. Stillwell leaves. What's going through Mr. Stillwell's mind right now? Is it that common theme of drill music that he knows about? Red light? Is it Future's song, Red Light? Yet and real out here, running through the red light, looking through your, is that what's going on in Mr. Stillwell's mind? Is that what he's thinking about as he sees this 4th car speed up behind him? Or maybe he's thinking about that night, September 26, 2015, when he was in that car with Tierra Jones and Miss Duncan, and that car sped up behind them and started spraying the car they were in through the rear windshield. Either way, Mr. Stillwell gets on. Mr. Nichols, apparently confused, is trying to figure out what's going on, and he eventually leaves as well. Okay, pause. Pause. Okay. That fourth car, not Mr. Stillwell's car, that fourth car that has never been identified, has never been tested for gunshot residue, is now next to me, driving up. Stop. Okay, back up, Mr. Couple seconds. Okay, pause. Okay, I want you to look closely. Right here, we're going to see the fifth car make a sudden U-turn. Is there someone in the street? Is there someone waiting at that car to make that U-turn? Is there an obstruction? Is there anything going on that would explain why that car makes that U-turn at that exact time? No, there's not. There's one explanation. Hold on, Mr. Kokomo. There's one explanation and one explanation only. That car hears a gunshot. And while that car makes a U-turn, I want you to look at Mr. Drinks' brake lights. They flicker on and off. From Dr. Sim Stanley herself. What could be happening, I submit to you, because we don't know the order of the wounds, what could be happening, what makes the most sense, is that at this exact moment, that car that's next to Mr. Drinks fires a shot into the car. Remember, there's 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, but there's really 3 shots, because one projectile ends up going into his arm and it's on his seat and is collected by Miss Green, CST Green. Another projectile ends up sadly in his body and is collected by the ME. A third projectile goes through Mr. Drinks' car because we see the exit wound, where the bullet exited Mr. Drinks' driver's side front door. So there's at least 3 shots that are fired into Mr. Drinks' car. I submit to you at this exact moment, first shot is being fired, that car hears it, is making a U-turn, and Mr. Drinks is trying to react, perhaps moving around, going up and down off the brake, trying to figure out what's going on, perhaps trying to find the firearm that he has in his car, trying to figure out what's going on, as he's certainly not anticipating or expecting to be shot at that exact moment. That car, that white car, remains next to Mr. Drinks. Up. Back it up, Mr. Kokomo. And before he leaves, we see a slight flicker of the brake light right there. And then if we play it again, and no more flickers. At that moment, tragically, the fatal shot was fired from that 4th car into Mr. Drinks' red Versa, going into his neck, causing him to immediately lose all bodily control and eventually leading to his imminent death. And that white car, that 4th car, leaves the scene. That last brake light flicker was 34 seconds after Mr. Stillwell had already left. It is scientifically impossible that Mr. Stillwell killed Mr. Drinks. Couple that with the gunshot residue test that proves that a gun was not fired from the car. Couple that with Mr. Stillwell's behavior, him not distancing himself from the car, but extending his rental. Couple that with the call that we heard on the wiretap of him and Mr. Garlington speaking candidly, talking about how the police are just making an assumption that they know they did nothing to Mr. Drinks. This case is clear. Mr. Stillwell, as convenient as it is, inconvenient as it is for the state to admit it, he didn't kill Mr. Drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to conclude. For nearly a decade, the prosecution, the police, the gang investigators, they have focused on this group of people. Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, and many others. They're young men that grew up in hard times and had dreams of their own. They saw something different in Mr. Williams, a confidence, an ability to turn negative to positive, like so many hip hop artists before him. They were attracted to Mr. Williams. They identified with him, but they also saw opportunity to chase their own dreams, to get in the studio, to make connections, to hopefully make it big. And it worked out for some of them. Mooney Lee is now a signed artist. He's not alone. But for nearly a decade, these gentlemen have been followed on social media. Prosecutors and police officers have listened to their music, have scrutinized their artistic expression, leaving no room for artistic license, leaving no room for hyperbole. They've searched residences. They've taken jewel records. They've taken people's cell phones. They've extracted the contents of those cell phones. They've tapped phones. And most egregiously, they have systematically sought out people that are so weak, so scared of jail, so scared of the consequences of their own action, that they are willing to lie on others to save their own skin. And they have systematically sought out those people, and systematically sought out those people at the very time when those people were in crisis. And they've made threats to those people about how they're going to be locked up for decades, not get out till they're 48 years old. And they've made implicit promises to those people. Help me, help you. You're a small fish. We're interested in a big fish. I'll be on the phone with the DA as soon as we are done. This ain't 68 plus 1. I'm not going to do you and you owe me one. It don't work like that. You have to give information. You're an armed career criminal. You're going away for 25 years, no parole. It's all up to you. They're going to ask, what did he do to help himself out? That's the game, the sick game that has been played, that's built this case from its inception. It needs to stop. For over a year, the prosecutors and gang investigators in this case have had their hammer out, trying to bang that square peg, their evidence, into that round hole, which is their narrative. And it still doesn't fit. It never will fit. The album cover that they tried to bang on and make it be a gang declaration of war, it never was, it never will be. That video of Antonio Sledge that they claim is an overact, that they wouldn't, where Antonio Sledge is threatening another man because they're both having sex with the same lady, and he's upset and he's in his emotions. Remember that? How they wouldn't let Antonio Sledge enter a guilty plea. They wouldn't let him go home to his sick mother, go home to his kids, until he signed the plea deal that said that somehow that this is gang related, just banging, trying to make it fit. Of course it wasn't gang related. They're both having relations with the same girl. It was over a girl. It had nothing to do with gangs. But they tried to make it fit. 24M on the end's head. They say it's putting money on someone's head, ordering an assassination, and they bang and try to make it fit. Of course, it had nothing to do with that. We all know what that was about. And gang investigators do it too. No rules, no initiation, no jumping in, nothing that is synonymous with gangs as we know it, letting whomever wants to be part of the group in on their own terms, out on their own terms, worldwide, people identifying with YSL, and they bang and try to make it something it's not, and label it a hybrid gang. Think about the FedEx video. How many different versions did we hear? How many different hypotheticals from the state? Oh, no muzzle flash, must have been shot inside the car. Oh, well, no GSR, must be shot from outside the car. Oh, well, the windows were just tinted, can't roll down the window, must have opened the door. Oh, no GSR, must have been cleaned. Oh, no evidence of it being cleaned, must have been vacuumed. Oh, or maybe scientist Colvin with the GBI, maybe he tested it incorrectly. Maybe he only dabbed on certain parts that didn't have GSR, as if GSR all accumulates in one little spot, as if it's not a plume, as if it's not all over an object where it's shot. These are all their theories that they try to use. Oh, the GSR must have fallen off in the bag, the sealed bag. this bag that was sealed and protected from the elements, just like every other piece of evidence they use in prosecutions of other cases. Just throwing stuff out there, just continuing to try to bang, 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 bang. Just make it fit, make it look good. It's never going to fit because it's not the truth. They don't have an explanation of why that car did a U-turn. There's only one logical explanation. They don't have an explanation for that negative GSR test. They don't have an explanation of why their own witness, a doctor, the ME, said that upon that shot, all bodily control would be lost. And we see the brake light go on and off 3 times after Shannon Stillwell's gone. They don't have explanations, but they just want to bang, bang, bang and try so hard to make it fit. I've had enough of the hammering. I've had enough of the square peg. I've had enough of their narrative and their theory. It's been a year. It's time to put the hammer down. Let's follow the evidence and not the state's narrative. If we follow the real evidence in this case, not what they're trying to sell you, you will come to the conclusion that the state has not proven count 1, conspiracy to violate the RICO Act beyond a reasonable doubt, and you will return the only just verdict in that case and find Mr. Stillwell not guilty. If we follow the evidence and not the narrative about count 2, Donovan Thomas, you will find that the testimony, corroborated testimony of admitted liar Kenneth Copeland, and admitted liar Quindarius Zachary is woefully insufficient. That there's reasonable doubt all over the place, and you will find Mr. Stillwell not guilty, count 2. And if we follow the evidence, you will find that not only has the state not proven that that Shannon Stillwell shot Shamel Drinks, not only have they not proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's crystal clear that Mr. Stillwell did not commit that crime. And the only just verdict for counts 49 through 54 will be not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time and attention.
Councilor Priddy.
All right, beautiful people. Thank you so much for tuning in. We just watched Max Shart's cross-examination from yesterday. Again, listening back to it this second time, I have the same sentiments. I feel like Max did an amazing job with what he had, and I'm not upset about it. I think that he did enough for what he argued for. You know, I think, you know, when you are an attorney, you are on a time limit and your client has many, many, many different charges. It's best to focus on the ones you feel like, you know, you got a fighting chance at. I'm not saying that Max threw in the towel on the other charges, but I think that he spent his time well. I think he gave alternative theories. I think he introduced enough doubt. I think he pointed out the credibility of the witnesses in a way that's going to make them think. And honestly, them coming back to ask again, like, let me see the video. Let me see the evidence that you showed me. I think that speaks to them wanting to have something a little bit more tangible than circumstances, or something more tangible than circumstantial evidence can provide. So I think that the jurors are going to do, thank you, Nene. I think the jurors are going to do the right thing. I think we're going to see a right, fair, and just verdict come through. If you are watching from YouTube, there is a poll out there. Do you think we're going to get a verdict today? Yes or no? I don't think I can check the poll yet. All right. So right now, 69% say yes and 31% say no. So I'm not sure if we're going to get a verdict today. I think that we may get one, but hey, that's just me being optimistic. Plus, it was a great day today. If you didn't know, I got my LSAT scores today and actually looked at it live with the people. It's not intended to do that. But I did, and I got a great score. So thank you. I got a score that I can work with. So thank you to everybody for their support, their kind words, and just everything. Just thank y'all. All right, so we are actually going to spend some time going through the next set of guys that are supposed to be in the upcoming trial. All right. Those guys have a hearing on December the 3rd. And so we are going to go through who's on that list, what their charges are, and if we're able to find any information on their attorneys, we're going to talk about that. But y'all know we've been live for like 4 hours, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to come down, and I will be right back up. And we're going to talk about it. All right. So I'll see y'all in just a quick minute. I guess just give me about 5 to 10 minutes. Go take a break, leave, come back. All 577 of y'all leave, come back, and we will get to it. Again, we're getting ready to. I just put a note up. I'll put a note up. I'll put a note up. If you want to watch my reaction, it's on my YouTube page.
During the first 5 years of a child's life, more than 1 million new neural connections form every second, making the window of opportunity in these years invaluable. We know this is the beginning of something big.
Store closes in 5. We just need to grab a few more gifts. Jackpot. That's the one.
Yes. Okay, let's go.
JJ, what? Hey, I made my family disappear. Sorry, guys. I'm just sitting there having the best night of my life. Oh, what's this?
It's a beaut, Jade. It's a beaut.
Get in the car, boy.
When holiday shopping ends, Disney Plus streaming begins. Your favorite gift, our lowest price. Join Whoop for only $1.99 for 12 months.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
Hold on, y'all. Thanksgiving tomorrow, and these people don't know how to act. But I am back. I'm just getting ready to get all our stuff up. We got noise on the.
My name is Kenny Powell. I'm the managing partner of
Or
Powell
no,
Law
was
Firm.
that
It's
you?
very important to
Why
us
did
to
you not
give back to
listen
the community. We partner with a lot of different organizations around town, both my fraternity, my wife's.
Okay, Lo, that might have just been you, girl. I was just too excited. Dang, I didn't drink all my juice up. All right, y'all. So everybody that's tuning in, we are getting ready to go through the next set of guys who are going to be a part of the YSL RICO trial part 2. I got a couple of co-hosts coming up to assist with this because I know people are going to be asking questions, and we just want to make sure that, you know, we got enough hands on deck. So we are getting ready to. Can you hear me now? Okay, cool. All right, so I'm waiting for at least 1 or 2 more people, and then we're gonna jump right in to the individually some of their
Hello.
Hey, Joy.
Hey, I look a mess. I ain't had a chance to curl my hair, so excuse me.
Oh, you look fine. My heart dropped too, Rain. I know my heart dropped too. Okay, and we got Yates. I gotta figure out another way to get us lined up in here so pretty. Y'all know I'm new to all of this, so I'm still like figuring out how to make it so that we are all okay. At least all of us are here. So if anybody else is joining, I will add them. I think I can only bring up like 6 people at a time with my StreamYard, but all right, y'all. So before we go through and look at the next 6, I know Yates wanted to talk about recidivists. Do you wanna talk about that first?
You've already talked about that, haven't you?
Well, not in detail.
So just briefly, so Georgia has something, and we call it sub C recidivist. So when someone's charged under sub C recidivist, the state is the one that gets to pick and choose whether they file. So if you have 3 prior felony convictions, or if you pled or were convicted in another state of a crime that would be a felony in Georgia, anything after that, they can file for sub C recidivist. And under that, you have to receive the maximum penalty, and you have to serve every bit of that sentence. You're not parole eligible. You don't get any good time credit. You don't get 2 for 1. It is serving day for day to the door, every bit of that sentence. And the judge doesn't have discretion on whether or not they give you like the minimum. You have to get the max. So even if you were charged, say you pled to a misdemeanor in a different state, but in Georgia, that crime would be a felony, they can even use that against you.
Yeah.
So that's that.
So she is explaining that because that rule applies to at least YAC as we know it. So if, God forbid, a guilty verdict comes back on YAC, he would have to do the max. He would get the maximum sentence for his charges of RICO, right?
Yes, he would get the 20 years, and so we would see him in 18. And again, that is if on the unfortunate chance that happens.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna jump right over into it. I think everybody knows Attorney Yates, which is probably a bad thing that I didn't have her introduce herself. But I'm just gonna have my ladies introduce themselves, and then we will jump right over into the content.
You want me to
who
go
wants to
first, or you want to go? Allison go first?
Yeah, man, girl.
Okay, well, I'll go first. Hey, y'all, I am Auntie Joy, as some of you or most of you know from X or Twitter. I'm just here to support Taylor and help her out on talking about the YSL stuff. So I do have a YouTube channel. I don't push it, but I do have a YouTube channel, and it is Auntie Joy 2 Real REEL. If you guys wanted to follow me, I'm rebranding from another community. I was once a content creator, but I was in the gambling community of the YouTube era a while back. But yep, thanks for having me, Taylor. Hey,
Absolutely.
Allison. Hey, Lo.
Am I next?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey everyone. My name is Lo. You guys probably know me on Twitter as 44 Lo. I'll come on camera in a second. Just excuse me, I was shampooing my hair. But just like Joy said, I'm just here to support Taylor, get into the next set of gentlemen for this trial, and just be supportive of anyway. So that's it. That's all.
Even though y'all know Yates, just introduce yourself, just in case we got some new people today.
Hello, my name is Allison Yates. I am a criminal defense attorney in Georgia, and I just adore Taylor. So I am also here to support Taylor and her channel in any way that I can. And I've also, I think both of the other people up here, I've been in their spaces, and I believe that I follow both of them on Twitter or X, because I think I've been in spaces with both of them. So just here to help support.
Now that we got the uncomfortable part out the way, I will stop sharing, and then we will share the articles. So I'm going to read from the article that was released back in June. There are a few things in here that are outdated, but essentially we'll just kind of correct them as we go. Okay. So this is the article from back in June of 2024, where basically several of the remaining defendants rejected their plea deals. This was one of the best articles that I found, because it talks about everybody's charges and just kind of what happened at that time. So back then, these defendants who are going to be listed, they were severed from the trial that we're watching in right now back in December, in late December, because they either did not have legal representation yet, had not been arrested, or in some people's cases, they were severed during like jury selection because they were doing crazy stuff in the courtroom. And so again, we'll just continue to go through the article, and then if you guys have any questions or anything, just throw them in the chat. All right. So June 28th was the last day for the severed defendants to accept plea deals offered by the state. Those defendants appeared in the courtroom, in court on June 28th, and Fulton County Superior Court Judge Alfred Dempsey made it clear that Friday was their deadline for the defendants who had been offered pleas. All right, Alfred Dempsey was a retired judge who just really stepped in to help, but he is not and will not be the judge going forward. Now Judge Reese Whitaker, the lady that we see now every day, Paige, is going to be the presiding judge over this next group as well. All right, but in that court hearing, he said today is the last opportunity to make a negotiated plea. Anything after today is going to be non-negotiated, regardless of whether the state or the defendant has negotiated something. We put this on the calendar a good while back. This case has been going on since God created Adam. Shout out to Judge Dempsey, because period, since God created Adam, this case has been going on.
And Taylor,
yes.
So Judge Dempsey, so I've actually argued bond in front of him before, because senior retired judges kind of travel. Some of them can pick where they're going to be located, but he has been in my county before, and I've argued bond in front of him. When I heard that, I was like, sounds exactly like him. He is no nonsense, does not mess around. My bonds did not get granted with him. So I'm kind of glad he's not the one. If the state were to come back with really favorable plea deals, let them be negotiated. Why make it be a blind plea? But sorry, continue.
No worries. We love the insider details because I don't think any of us know anything about Dempsey. But for him to say that, okay, shout out to him because we can already see he not for the shenanigans. All right. He says, so if you haven't worked out something yet, tough. We're just moving it to the trial calendar, and that's all I've got to say. So during that Friday's proceeding, 5 of the defendants rejected the pleas offered by the state. That means their cases will proceed to trial. However, 3 of the defendants will have an opportunity to consider a plea because they did not have attorneys present or their attorneys was new to the case. So one thing that we also found out about these guys, right, when they indicted all these individuals, the public defender system was completely backed up. And these guys, or some of these guys, just were sitting in jail waiting for an attorney to be appointed to them. So when we got to this point, or when they got to this hearing, some of these guys had just met their lawyers for the first time. And so that's kind of a little bit of context behind why certain ones were given, like, just explaining this sentence, why certain ones were given a little bit more extra time to kind of negotiate their plea versus others who had to make a decision. All right. Attorneys were not present on Friday for Javon Fleetwood and Jimmy Winfrey. When Fleetwood objected to his lawyer's absence and lack of communication, Dempsey responded, I appreciate what you're saying. He isn't here today, so we will deal with that as appropriate. Let me say this in response to what you have just raised, sir. In general, anyone paying any attention to what's been going on in the state of Georgia and Fulton County understands that there is a lack of attorneys available to handle these types of cases. It takes forever for an attorney to be appointed to represent a defendant. So just more background to what I just kind of said. Dempsey went on to say that it also takes the attorneys time to prepare to handle a case and communicate with their clients. So basically, Javon is like, look, my lawyer ain't talking to me. He ain't coming to see me. You need to go on and give me somebody else. All right. After Winfrey also objected, saying his lawyer was ineffective, and he wanted a new one, Dempsey told him that the court would have to find out why his lawyer was not at court first. Fleetwood's lawyer was reportedly absent because of a family emergency. Okay, so I just kind of had them mixed up, but it straightened out right there. So Winfrey's lawyer never showed up. And they had to find out why he wanted a new one. And Fleetwood's lawyer had a family emergency. Demise McMullen was present that Friday. However, he was recently assigned to the case, and the judge gave him additional time to prepare and to review the plea deal with his client. So the defendants are facing serious charges. I think all of us have pretty much, we look at the indictment so much, it's crazy. We could probably tell you who got what bodies and who don't. But Khalif Adams and Demikion Garlington have been charged with the attempted murder of Rayshawn Bennett, aka Lucci, a rapper serving life in prison without the possibility of parole for his role in a drive-by shooting in 2020. Demikion Garlington, Khalif Adams, I want to say Khalif was the guy that was in jail, and we saw the text messages between him and Khalif through Vivarito. Yeah, just give a little bit more background to that. Javaris Bradford and Demise McMullen are charged with the 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas, Diamante Kendrick, and Shannon Stillwell, who are on trial with Jeffrey Williams. Young Thug are also charged with the murder of Thomas. Demikion Garlington has been charged with the murder of Shamel Drinks. Co-defendants Quamarvius Nichols and Shannon Stillwell are also accused of killing Drinks. Nichols is also on trial in Fulton County Superior Court room with Young Thug and Stillwell. So remember, this is a little outdated article, but you can see like everybody charged with everything at this point. All right. All All right. So the defendants that were in court there that day was Khalif Adams, Bobby Hunt. He rejected his plea deal. He is currently serving a life in prison for a 2016 murder during a home invasion. So he is charged with RICO, attempted murder of Lucci, and two counts of participation in criminal street gang activity. Damon Blaylock rejected his plea. He is currently serving life in prison for the 2019 murder of Jamari Holmes. Remember, him and Lil Rod were convicted of Jamari Holmes' murder. Now, we know that Blaylock had his appellate arguments done by Brian Steele. And I think we're still waiting on the results of that, but he's going to be in that next group and he is charged with RICO. All right. Javaris Bradford, aka Tudor, rejected his plea deal. He is charged with conspiracy to violate the RICO and the unaliving of Donovan Thomas. Javon Fleetwood, aka Psycho or Fortray, his attorney was not present, but he is only charged with conspiracy to violate RICO. Damikian Garlington, who we heard a whole lot about because they had them taps on Damikian. All right. He rejected his plea deal. He has RICO, the attempted murder of Lucci, 2 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, the murder of Shamel Drinks, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Demise McMullen, aka Nard, his attorney had just received the case during that time. He was charged with RICO and the unaliving of Donovan Thomas or murder. Sinquarius Mender, who also goes by Nard or Stunner, rejected his plea deal. He is charged with RICO, possession of a weapon by incarcerated individual, possession of a telecommunication device by incarcerated individual, and participation in criminal street gang activity. Jimmy Winfrey, aka Roscoe, his attorney was not present, and he was charged with conspiracy to violate RICO, violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and participation in criminal street gang activity. All right. Now, we're actually going to skip this part because I think we all have a good understanding of who was actually on trial with Young Thug. We know now who's taking pleas, who haven't, and what's going on. Now we're just going to briefly talk about the people who have already accepted the pleas. So we know December the 16th, he was sentenced to 12 years, 2 years commuted on time served, 10 years probation. He pled guilty to RICO and participation in criminal street gang activity. Duke is the one who is represented by the infamous Ashley Merchant. All right. Durante Beebe, or B, took a negotiated plea in November of last year. He was sentenced to 15 years in jail, and he did 10 on probation. He pled guilty to RICO, theft by receiving stolen property, 2 counts of violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of a firearm by convicted felon, participation in criminal street gang activity, on robbery, reduced to robbery by force, and hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree. We know Gunna took a plea deal, and I'm kind of surprised that people are still talking about this, but Gunna took an Alford plea on December 14. He was sentenced to 5 years. It was commuted to 1 year time served, 4 years suspended for RICO. We had Woody Lee, who we saw get on the stand. He pled to RICO. We had Walter Murphy. He pled to RICO. We had Tick plead to RICO. Mook took plea to RICO and possession of a firearm by a felon. And then we also had Antonio Sumlin, and he also pleaded guilty to RICO. All right. They actually dropped charges on Codarius Dorsey, aka Polo. He's currently serving a life in prison for the 2000 of actually 2 people. He was previously charged with conspiracy to violate RICO and conspiracy to commit a crime. Still on the run is Justin Cobb, aka Doo-Wop. He has not been arrested. I believe this is still accurate because I have not heard anything about him being taken into custody. he is charged with 2 counts of RICO and the unaliving of Donovan Thomas. Now,
I'm wondering, why is he running though? You don't even really have like no I mean, you know, the RICO charge. Okay, I wonder, are you running from the murder charge? Because like, to me, honestly, I still don't think there's a RICO, and I'm also wondering if they don't, on the first set, if they don't find them guilty, then what does that say about the RICO charge for these guys?
So my thing, there are so many people that the police are like, they're in the States, like they're running, they're running from the cops, yet they are staying in the same exact city, doing the exact same thing they've done their whole life. They haven't left. They're not running. The cops don't care. The cops aren't looking. I have seen people who were literally on probation, and probation puts a warrant out for them. They're like, they're running. They finally get arrested 5 years later, and they're like, well, what have you been doing? They've been working at the Kroger down the road from the probation office for the past 5 years.
I think that's an interesting assertion, though. So, do you think that they just don't want to pull Justin Cobb into they don't want to pull him into the courtroom? Like, because I'm just thinking, like, if that's their intention, why not just drop the charges on them?
Sometimes it's not even the state. Sometimes it's just, again, the police do such a bad job. They're not out there. They're not writing reports. They're not looking for Cobb.
So I guess like my thing is, with him being on the run, what happened prior to this? Is he on probation? Is he out on bond? Like, what is going on with him?
He has never been arrested.
So he just got the charge out of the blue and just was like, fuck it. Not, excuse me for cursing, but like, just like, whatever. I'm not going to show up, or he's been running a long time. Running a long time.
I mean, it's not the first time that I've heard it, though. It's not the first time that I've heard that they know where he is and they don't want to get him. So that's why I was just kind of like asking, like, why don't you want to go get him? Does bringing him into the fold tear their theory up even more? Or why not just let the charges go?
So, and I'm not saying that the state knows where he is. I'm just saying I've seen situations where they're not necessarily running. They're literally living in the same area that they've always lived in. So I guess that's the term running that like the state and the media like to use. I'm like, that not necessarily. They're not turning themselves in, and they're just living their life. Do I know that for sure? No. Have I seen that way more often than people want to believe? Yes.
So TK said that they said we didn't have the resources to utilize to catch him. So
I fully agree with that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Then we kind of see a little bit of that, what you're describing, Yates, with kind of Quindarius Zachary. You remember how the state was kind of alluding, like he was on the run, we couldn't find him and all this stuff. And they were like, no, we've been here, like in the same spot. So I remember them, like them saying that like the family and the state was portrayed in court that they couldn't find him. He's been on the run and stuff like that. So
is a great example, 100%.
And then shoot, my other question would be like, is he still alive? Do we even know if he's alive?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Where your mama and them at? Y'all ain't gonna pull up on nobody's channel and tell us what's going on.
Nah, they ain't pulling up on us, Joy. They ain't coming. They gotta stay out of here. But just to kind of circle back around, I don't think nothing happens to this group of guys, because at the end of the day, they have their own charge of RICO. So regardless of the fact that Thug is gone or this case is ending, and however the verdict comes back, it has no weight or bearing on this next group of people.
That's just, to me, gonna look so weird, because isn't this kind of still titled as YSL?
Yes.
And I'm sure the jury selection for this is going to be super hard, because I'm sure whoever you try to go get now has probably seen something dealing with this trial, have heard it, something.
And the jury can know about the case. They just can't, they have to say they can be unbiased. Because, I mean, it will not take them 10 months to find a jury. I'm expecting max a month at most.
But what if it's a situation to where, you know, they've seen how long the first batch was, and the people get up there and they're like, I don't want to be on that. Y'all was up there. Yes, change. Like, no, I don't want to take that much time out my life. Like, you still think it'll be easy?
I mean, it's not going to be easy, but it's not going to be as hard as what people think, because there's so many people in Atlanta who don't know they know what they've seen on the news, but they're not following this. They don't care. I mean, they're close enough to the area where they see what's on the news, but they're not following it as closely as a lot of us are. And so I don't think it's going to be as difficult as what people are saying.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get back to the article. I think we can circle back around, because I see y'all have even some more questions. I think some of them are better answered once we kind of get down. And I just saw somebody say that Justin had never been in trouble before. And I'm not sure if he's been in trouble before or not. I just know that I guess whenever this indictment went out, he was never arrested and still on the run. So Chris, which is the one that they call Big Breast, we heard about him 2 or 3 times. All right. We heard this. He's the guy who was shot the police officer. So he's currently in state prison serving time on a previous charge. Current YSL's case status was unknown at the time, but he's accused of shooting a police officer in February of 2022. The case was severed after a deputy was arrested for having a relationship with Eppinger, charged with the conspiracy to violate RICO, armed robbery, hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree, 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a first offender probationer, theft by taking, 2 counts of attempted murder, 2 counts of possession of a firearm during commission of a felon, 3 counts of participation of criminal street gang activity, and conspiracy to commit a crime. Now, when we talk about somebody who got almost every charge, Chris got almost every charge that you could think of down there on that indictment. All right. And he is the one who was caught with the relationship with the deputy in the courtroom. And that's why he was severed during jury selection. I will actually post this link out here too for y'all if you want to go out and read this one on your own. Because it does have the link over to the improper messaging. Go and check that out. I will provide you guys with that link.
And Taylor, since we're on Christian Eppinger, I just looked. His max possible release date is December 5th, 2076.
Woo!
And again,
he has so many charges.
He could get parole, but his max release date for what he is currently in prison for, because he is currently in, he's in a special management unit. Okay. 2076.
So let me ask you something, Allison.
Well, hold on, I want to make sure, because Taylor, do you want to get through the article?
Oh, no.
No,
okay. I want to get past Justin, but go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask a question, a general question, but in reference to this. So we've seen to where there are a couple of the defendants that already have life sentences. What advantage does the state get of charging or trying to go after someone that already has a life sentence?
Spite.
Okay.
I mean, there isn't. So a life sentence in Georgia, you have to serve 30 years before you're eligible for parole. If someone's serving life without parole, you're never getting out, but life is 30 years and they are all younger. that they'd be in their 60s or 70s before they get out, even if they did parole. But in my opinion, a lot of it's just spite. It's, in my opinion, a waste of taxpayer dollars. But they have the decision.
I want to chime in on that too, because I also feel like when they built this case, they looked at everybody's situation and they wanted them to be there with Thug. And you have to think about how they find someone guilty of RICO. And I felt like Lil Rod wasn't the only one that was slid in there for the reason of guilt or to make everybody look bad. I think all of these guys who are currently serving life sentences for whatever they were doing were placed there strategically as well, and they had a backup plan for backup plans.
And this is why I'm hoping the jury is like paying attention, because I said it from the very beginning that most of these crimes, if not all of them, were individual crimes. Like it was, or this was in furtherance of YSL. I feel like most of everybody on here that did crimes did it on their own free will.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. All right. So next up, we've got Miles Farley, known as Slato with Lil Miles. Now, I want to say Miles is the one who makes all the clothes. Keep me honest. But I want to say, okay, Miles makes the clothes, and he's the one who's the little guy, light-skinned fella. I think he had like a little fro. And yeah, he was the one that they were saying that they had to protect him because he was so little, and they was trying to get on his top while he was in jail. But he was the only defendant granted bond despite facing a murder charge. Current YSL status is unknown. He was charged with conspiracy to violate RICO murder, 2 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, and possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. So Miles Farley is also charged with the unaliving of Shamel Drinks. He's the other person that they allege to be in the car, and I want to say they say he's in the car with Nichols. He was granted bond. I believe he's the one who has the attorney who brought his prescription meds into the courtroom, and they arrested his attorney in the courtroom. So if you didn't, okay. So I think circumstances were crazy, but I want to say that he was granted a $650,000 bond, and that he was the only one that was given a bond.
And I think it may look good for him that he has other things going on, although the clothing they probably gonna be looking sideways at the clothing. But I feel like he might be one of the ones that might come out of there better than the rest of the crew, and maybe Pee Wee might somewhat come off as well. But the rest of them probably gonna get railroaded, especially if they don't really have good counsel.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah. Next up is Jaden Myrick. He is they call him Set Trip or J-Man. He's currently serving life in prison without parole for a 2000 murder of Christian Broider. His YSL status is unknown. He has RICO, attempted murder of Lucci, possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, and 2 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity. All right. So that kind of wraps up the guys that were listed in the, but there was an individual that I don't think I can. There was the extra person that I know they didn't mention in here. I might have to go look it up on my
Roscoe Pee Wee. Did we talk about him already?
Nope. I don't think we talked about Roscoe. Let me see.
And also for those that might be interested, there is an article on Jaden Myrick that's in the AJC. You might have to do some Googling, or I could probably Google it and post it. I did post it in Taylor's chat a couple of days ago, I believe, but it's a very interesting article on his life and how, because his mother was my classmate, but it pointed out the fact that his father and him basically were like alternating on who would go to jail. And so it was an interesting article just on his life and how long he's been in trouble, since a young age, and how he grew up. And I'm wondering, is his attorney going to use that as well to kind of defend him. But it's a very interesting article, and I'll post it in the chat. Let me find it.
I think I may found it. Let me know if it's the right one.
It's like from 2018, I think, or something like that.
Oh, it's from
2019.
2018.
It's on AJC.
Okay. I see one from 2022.
Roscoe is Jimmy Winfrey. I think we did touch on him. Yep. Yeah, we did. We touched on him. His attorney wasn't there. So what we know is that DeMaz McMullen and Jimmy Winfrey, we didn't hear if they had rejected their pleas or not, as well as Javon Fleetwood. I don't believe a plea was offered to Chris. All right, so I guess we can, I'll go ahead and stop the share on this one. I guess we can just kind of jump into the conversation about attorneys and what type of representation these guys are going to need, and any thoughts you all have on how or if the state will go back to these gentlemen with pleas. So I don't know, Nene, if you're free, I'll pose the question to you first. Do you think the state is going to go back and offer these guys plea, another plea?
Who you want to first?
I was asking Nene. I thought I was looking up something.
Oh, no. I actually thought about that on the way driving home today. Could possibly, and everybody denied them. Now, if it's something different and it sounds better than what was already offered here recently, maybe. And the mere fact that, however this go with Yak and Shannon, I think also would persuade and could change things around. So I say that they might, depending on how Shannon and Yak turn out. But then too, I think they might not even give them no plea deal no more, because they might feel like, okay, well, if the first group wasn't convicted, then the second group, somebody did something, if I had to think. But then it also kind of, I don't know, I would probably take it to trial, because if it's any of them that's in there now for DAs, I'll go ahead and just take it to trial, because they didn't do a very good job with this set. And it's going to be interesting to see if they really did the investigation good on that second set, because you was too busy wanting to get the people on the first set. So we'll see. It'll be interesting.
What you think, Lo?
I think so, but then I guess too, I really want to know, because some of these guys have a lot more charges. So I'm curious to know, does the state have more kind of like direct evidence with this group than circumstantial? And I don't know if that will kind of persuade how they will kind of go about these plea deals with them. But I do think some will be offered, because, and the other reason why I think that too, I think about that latest interview with the DA Fonnie Willis, and I'm looking at her body language and observing the things that she was talking about, because I feel like when they still are negotiating pleas for them, it's a win in their book, and I still think that they're still about like really trying to win, not really about like getting the truth or being advocates for the victims and their family, like all the stuff that they be throwing out there. I think they're trying to get like checks and wins, and for them, I still think that that's a win. I mean, she talked about this, the other convictions of the other people and things like that. So I think it's still going to be on the table. Now, if they're good, please, that that's remains to be seen. But I think they will.
All right, Yates, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, I'm Googling how to boil eggs. Um, I think it's going to depend on the outcome of this trial. I think that will have some effect. Do I think they will still try that case? 1,000%. But I think what pleas look like will possibly change just based on the outcome of this trial. If on the off chance there is a guilty, their heads will become big. They will not get better offers. If there are not guilties on everything, I think that the state may reevaluate, and for some of the ones that are serving life sentences, they may come back and say, all right, we'll let you plead to this, and it doesn't add any more time to the sentence you're already serving. May make it a little bit sweeter of a deal to take. But I think it's all going to depend on this outcome.
Yeah,
But I do
agree with
think
that
it will be something.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree with that too, because I feel like they want, if they are taking somebody down for those bodies, and I don't know, and I hate to say it that way or insensitively, but at the end of the day, there are people who are unalive and they want to hold this group accountable, and is associated or has the charge of the unaliving for Donovan Thomas or Shamil Drinks. If they, for whatever reason, believe that, first of all, not if they do, but when they believe that Shannon did not unalive Shamil and that they did not unalive Donovan Thomas, I think they're going to go harder on that next group of individuals to say, y'all did it, y'all did it, y'all did it, and y'all going down for it. I also think that, I don't know, I know there was another article that was circulating around about the defense attorneys and who has public defenders and who doesn't. I think that the way that this first trial has gone, it doesn't matter if they have a public defender or not. I think that each attorney is probably already has it in their mind if they're going to have to do some level of work for this case. I don't think, they're not going to have the Steels and the Maxes and the Dougs, but I think that these individuals will probably still, if they care about their career, they're probably still going to try and do the best that they can, because eyes will be on them regardless. So it'll be interesting.
Taylor, you did say earlier that Whitaker will be presiding over this case, correct? So what do you think, like, which Whitaker are we going to get? Like, will we see like the refresh kind of like, energized, or will we see the one that was ready to wrap that other case up? Which one?
Well, we're going to see Whitaker from start to finish. And so we're going to see a lot more organization. I think that the trial will go on like this. Like, I don't think we're going to be having evidentiary hearings in the middle of the trial. I think all of this is going to get done ahead of time. So we may see hearings for months before the actual trial starts, and then we, jury selection, all that good stuff. It's just going to be about who's the prosecutors. My honest opinion. I think that she is over the case, but I think there was a level of frustration because she didn't have very much wiggle room. Mm-hmm. And it didn't matter which way she wiggled, everything just looked bad for her. Whereas she's going to have a clean slate and it's going to run the way that she thinks it's supposed to run. And she's going to be in full control. So I don't know. I want to say she's going to be a more perkier Paige Whitaker, but I also think that she's still going to have her no bullshit attitude as well.
And Taylor, Georgia, come here. Sorry. I fully agree with that. I think from the beginning, she is going to be more strict on timelines. She's going to be more strict on when things are turned over, because they're using in the second, you should know your case. Stop fumbling around. If you don't know it by now, you had your chance. Figure it out or don't, but I'm not giving you more time.
I agree with that totally.
Who do you guys
So we'll
think,
see a different page for sure.
who do you guys think that the state will have on this, like as prosecutors? Like that, do you think it will be some of the ones we've seen throughout this trial? Will it be some fresh faces? And do you think that that will kind of I guess leniency? I don't know if her patience has more than with them on the first case, and will that trickle over to state leniency? Do y'all think whoever is on that side from the DA's office will kind of determine that, or is she just gonna be like straight no bull? What you thinking, Taylor? I see you over there thinking.
I don't know. I think she's gonna be like, no, I think she's gonna be no nonsense. I think it's gonna be, and I missed part of the question too, and I apologize because I was trying to look at that link that Auntie posted. So I think she's gonna be no nonsense. And I do think that the prosecutors are going, I would imagine it's gonna be Abate. And I know I say his name wrong, y'all, but that's how I say it. Abate, in Atkins. I think that it's gonna be lesser eyes, and so we may see Mr. Brown come back. Just to have, and just, you know, I'm gonna say it the way I need to say it, just so that there's some color on that side of the prosecution side. But I really think that Atkins and Abadi are going to lead the march. I think Hilton will probably show her face if she remains at the DA. Going over there, and I recall hearing her say, or it being said, that she was like, well, y'all, she was upset that they didn't take the plea deals that were brought, and was like, well, I'm going to do y'all like I'm doing them in the other room. So yeah, so I was like, all right, well, we may see Hilton again.
Okay. Do you think we're done seeing Love? Like,
the fish ain't big enough for Miss Love.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think that this one would be a lot easier for Love. Simple reason because you don't have the big fish on there. I think it would be easier for her. We won't see the theatrics as much, in my opinion. But that's only if they got it together, and I would hope that they got it together. That's really the thing. If they don't have it together, I don't know.
You know,
did they ever take that training? Do y'all know?
You talking about the Brady training?
Yes. Did they ever do it?
I don't know.
Oh my
God.
I don't know.
You mean the 4-hour video or whatever they had to watch? They sat in that courtroom and they watched it, and you want to know what it did?
Yeah. I honestly I don't anticipate seeing many changes from the prosecutors. I think some of the behavior that we've seen in this current case that we've been watching, I still think that we may see that on this one. The defense attorneys for these co-defendants, well, I can't say if they're up on game or if they kind of, because I know they still have their own workload and other things going on, but again, they probably had cases with some of these prosecutors before, so I hope they are up on game. But I still think that the state and their antics that we observed before, I still think it's going to trickle over in this case. And I feel like it's just going to be what they can get away with, or what they will allow, or what Whitaker will allow. So I'm anticipating seeing some of the same stuff. So, but like you said, it's not going to be the same attorneys in there. So hopefully they got their antennas on.
So here's my question: which defendant do you think is in the most trouble? And we're gonna also ask if y'all think Rico's in the next group. I'll go first. I think Chris Evans and Demikion Gorlington, they in trouble.
Yes.
Yep. All day long.
Exactly what I was thinking. Yep. Yeah. YSL Brice and we've been hearing his name a lot all throughout this current trial. And when you read off his charges and stuff like that, even seeing the videos of him shooting at the police, we don't heard Demetrius Garlington name so much. So it's just like, I don't know.
Numbers. I'm not even on the job. I'm not century numbers because yeah.
Like, will we see Rico in this case? I still don't know. I still feel like the state is going to continue to force to push that theory, but I still think we may see a lot of isolated crimes of people just out here in the streets just doing whatever really to survive again. Like, that's just my opinion, anticipating on that. But of course, they're going to try to make it stick. But in my opinion, I don't know if we will see it, but y'all tell me.
Nini or Yates, y'all think we're gonna see Rico?
Nope, that's me saying no. I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm like Low. They're trying to see what sticks, but I think it's also gonna come out that these guys probably really wasn't even affiliated with YSL. It was just one of them things where they were claiming it, and just so happens they did crimes and they're being attached to it. And I'm also hoping, and I'm not sure if they'll be able to do it, but I'm also hoping that whoever attorneys that they have, that they start digging back into these law and crime videos and start using some of that as what has happened and transpired in this case, so it'll make sense to the jury for the next case. I don't know if they can do that, Allison. That's on Allison's question, but I would, since they was doing it in this trial.
So what they will be able to use is, like, say they bring up a witness who testified in the last trial. If that witness testifies differently in this trial, they can pull their transcript and say, she testified like this and that last time. So they can use that. So people are kind of hamstrung by their previous testimony. You can use that to impeach.
Okay. So does the state plan, so that witness list that they used in this trial, do you guys anticipate on them calling some of these same witnesses? Will it be, do y'all think, like, do you think Whitaker will allow like that extensive like witness list, or she'll make them like kind of trim it down how she did towards the end of trial? What are y'all thoughts on these witnesses that the state will probably call?
They will definitely recall some of the same witnesses because these are the investigators that handle these cases. So they absolutely have to have them back. I think that they may get some I don't know, Allison, when they make agreements on the chain of custody, is that a stipulation?
So as of right now, no. So just because something was stipulated to in the previous trial does not mean it's
stipulate to the chain of custody. And so that's part of the reason why they had a lot of people coming in for the witnesses. So I'm thinking that if it's called stipulations, I didn't want to say it wrong, but I'm thinking that they're probably going to have to make more stipulations to cut down that list, whereas they weren't doing it, in this last trial.
If the defense agrees to stipulate, great, but the defense and the state both have to agree to stipulate something.
Yeah.
And so if the defense is like, I'm not doing that, then they can't. But if the defense says, I want to stipulate, and the state says, sure, but again, sometimes they want to bring in all these damn witnesses that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And stipulating would be perfect, but they don't want to do that. But yes, if the defense and the state both agree to stipulate, absolutely can do that, and that would be the correct word if they both agree.
Okay. And so that's what I think that we may see more of that in the next trial, which would lead to a reduced witness list.
And would be smart on their end, because again, you wouldn't piss the judge off from the beginning.
Yeah.
Do y'all think?
To answer this question, I really think that Woody will be called and to throw the case off.
Is Woody's immunity lifelong?
Here's the deal. They need his so bad that they gave him immunity. If they want his testimony again, they will probably give him the same immunity.
Dang. See, so they're gonna. If I was one of the attorneys and I absolutely needed Woody, I am getting him for the clown show. I'm getting him for the clown show. Yes, sir. Come on, Woody.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh man.
He be the first one I bring up there to set the tone.
For the state?
Yep. No, for the defense.
Well, they don't get to pick who goes first.
Oh.
The state does. It's their witnesses. They pick the order.
So could it be opposite to where the defense can use Woody as their witness and Zachary as their witness, or you wouldn't do that?
I mean, if the state doesn't call them, but I don't see them not calling them. They were such big players in this trial that I just don't see them not calling them.
Yeah, those two were two integral pieces, especially like with the what's his name, Lil D from Cleveland, Lil D from Mechanicsville, and the information that was transmitted between them. I feel like those two was disseminated amongst them. So I definitely think that they will be called. Now I don't. Now the funny part with that question is which ones are we gonna get? Because y'all remember some days Woody would come in there with that Easter suit on, trying to be serious, and then the next day he was on complete games. Or the day like Quindarius, like when he looked really not well and how aggravated sometimes he was, and then or he kind of was like jovial and happy. So I don't know which one of these like ones we're gonna get.
Well, here's the thing too. QZ has a chronic illness, so he is going to continuously in and out of the hospital. We see him on TikTok all the time. Like literally, we see him in the hospital almost every week. So it'll be interesting. It's going to be interesting because they're going to need him. When we look at the evidence, Woody and his testimony is pretty much the only thing that they had, putting Shannon and Yak, they're outside of that video. I mean, they got the video for Yak, but they don't have nothing for Shannon except for QZ and Woody's word.
Right. I could see Woody now cutting the food. Why y'all need me again? Y'all trying to railroad me again. I can hear him. And then it's going to start looking like, oh yeah, y'all got the wrong person. So I don't know. The state gonna have to really be wise with dealing with Woody because he definitely know how to play it, and he definitely know how to play it in particularly for this trial. He knows exactly what to do.
Go Gadget asks, why can't they introduce Woody's interrogations through the detectives? Because they have the right to confront their accusers. It's gonna be that's right, Yates.
Yeah, no, Taylor, you're right. I mean, it's hearsay. They have Woody has to testify for those. And now if Woody's testified, then I mean they can get some of them in through the detective, I believe. But I mean, Taylor's right. The LSAT score showing.
Too bad the LSAT has nothing. It has like a pinch of legal stuff on it. It's just it's a bunch of critical thinking.
Now, if Woody does return, do y'all think he gonna need representation? If so, who represent him?
Love. Love about to get kicked off the pedal, y'all.
I'm just asking because I know when his first attorney was Melnick, and I know the stuff unrelated to this case, he wasn't able to represent him anymore. But I don't know how long that was. Or
Melnick is out for 6 months.
Oh,
which is already been
like it's not gonna be Melnick.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I learned that at another court because Melnick had another important case in another county that needed him desperately. And the judge was like, we can't do nothing with you. And the people that's being held up because that attorney decided to act a fool and is suspended.
Well, here's the thing too, though, Joy. His 6 months will be up, and by the time we get to trial, it's gonna be way past 6 months because
I don't think Woody dealing with him no more. I think that's
You don't
over
think
with.
Woody would retain him again since he was representing him for so long?
It's too many antics behind him and the whole thing with the rest of them folk. I think Woody will go get somebody to hell. He might bring that man in that what's her name? Paige appointed. Remember
that's what I was going to say. Woody cheat. Woody cheat.
Woody real cheat.
No lawyer.
He cheat.
No lawyer. Our boy Woody might go just get him a public defender and pull up and have a conversation about it. But I don't think Woody is going to go pay for anything he don't have to pay for.
Right. He want to spend his stuff on Bentleys and stuff. He ain't stunned about no lawyer.
Well,
that boy something else. That boy something else. Woody said, y'all ain't playing today. Come back tomorrow. No. Woody gonna get up there and act a fool. I'm telling you now what's gonna happen. He not gonna get up there. Woody gonna act a fool because he gonna be like, dang, like I'm back again. I could just hear him.
Well, another question about the state's witnesses, some of them that are in him to the stand, and how cooperative do y'all think these witnesses that already was called in the first case, they may be called again in this one? Do y'all think, especially the one that's incarcerated, do y'all think what would be their willingness? Because then again, the state still can't holds that card, because I feel like they'll still try to play that trump card. Like, if y'all get in here and cut a fool, y'all know what's gonna happen. And look what happened to so and so. So do y'all think that will kind of sway their cooperativeness in them being called again, or they still just gonna act the same?
No.
I think
ain't no verdict today. No, but I was thinking, and Allison, this is a question for you. If they called in Young Thug to speak as a defense witness, first, is it possible? And second, if he got up there and said that he really didn't know any of those guys and that they weren't connected to YSL, would that be an advantage or a benefit for the defense?
You said for Thug?
Yes, like if he came and testified.
I will tell you that's not, while he's on probation, they're not. I don't see that realistically happening.
Ooh, okay, what does probation have to do with it?
Him coming up there and saying some of that stuff, with how spiteful and vindictive the state is,
That's why they say that probation, like
Dang,
they say you're free,
okay.
but you're really not, because that's how they kind of can keep it a tight leash. I see what you mean.
Yep. And Miss Tasha said they told them to leave. No verdict today, so it is going to go. So
I think somebody trying to tell somebody, you better say not guilty. I think it's hung in there. That's what I think.
What did you do to that egg, Allison?
I'm so sorry. Some lying hoe told me to put baking powder in the water because they couldn't easier. My egg just exploded.
You trying to just boil the egg?
Because I'm trying to make deviled eggs, and so I'm doing test eggs because I always mess them up, and it exploded my egg.
Well, have you ice water after they boil that sometimes, and put salt in the water? That can sometimes make it easier to peel. I ain't never heard of the baking soda, but I definitely putting them in ice cold water and putting a little salt in there for a little bit can definitely help them peel easier.
Yeah, I just do regular water and I put the egg in there and I just let them cook. And when I let them cook for a minute, because sometimes they don't be done.
It literally exploded the egg.
It's okay. And then you put them in cold water, ice cold water, and they peel.
You just need to let them cool off
before
you start peeling.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to turn that.
Yeah, I got a call.
Allison, we're gonna have to invite you to the cookout, girl. Because It's just water,
Baking soda. Who said baking soda?
water and egg and
That's
heat
it.
on the pot.
I put salt and baking soda, and apparently it turned into a damn science experiment volcano of exploding my eggs.
I was wondering, like, why does she got that vinegar and
I
that
was
bacon?
looking at that with the baking soda and vinegar. I'm like, I don't know what she cooking.
Well, here's the because apple cider vinegar actually does help.
Wait, what? What are you? Oh my God! Yes, we love you.
Do you want to know who told me to put baking powder? One of my own coworkers who clearly wants me to have not deviled eggs.
Yates, don't listen to them no more.
They
ain't telling you the
just
right
regular
thing to do.
water and boil. We just regular water.
Someone
just
said
like
white
some
vinegar.
broccoli. Just like broccoli.
Someone said white vinegar and not apple cider vinegar.
Oh my gosh, Yates. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that they did you like that.
I said
I'm
$6
sorry.
for eggs too. These were expensive eggs.
And you ain't got time to be wasting them.
I'm telling you. And let them show you a picture of their work.
Because I can show them my scrambled egg water from my exploded eggs. Because there's literally scrambled eggs just floating in this water.
Y'all, court is adjourned. I think this is the perfect place to end it for today. Everybody needs to go and get ready for Thanksgiving.
I'm literally like egg drop soup in my water.
I'm so sorry, Allison.
It's a good
your coworker, not your friend.
Correct. Correct.
It's a good thing that I sat in the gas station parking lot right
To
beside
eat your sandwich.
to eat my public sub because I ate a pub sub in the gas station parking lot. And yes, I was parked at a gas pump because I got gas afterwards.
My chin
I'm
hurt.
not going back to the store because you want to know some of these eggs were too expensive. I'm using what I got.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. So we'll be back. I'll be back on Monday. We'll have another verdict watch. I'll see if I can scrape up any more details about the upcoming hearing. If any motions have been filed, like speedy trials, etc. I will make sure that Yates does not eat scrambled egg drop soup for Thanksgiving. Okay. Y'all have a good rest of the day. Happy Thanksgiving. Adios.
Bye. Happy Thanksgiving. Adios.